Good morning. Welcome to the fourth meeting of the Nevada Silver-Haired Legislative Forum. First, we will call the roll. For those members attending virtually, please turn off your cameras and respond when you hear your name. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Ms. Aden?
Here.
President.
Here.
Thank you. President Alvarez? Ms. Batts? Ms. Bongiorno?
Present.
Ms. Daniels? Ms. Fesenmeyer?
Present.
Ms. Laura Levitt?
Here.
Ms. Peggy Levitt?
Here.
Mr. Linden? Dr. Marchant?
Present.
Ms. Martinez?
Here.
Mr. Raja? Mr. Silberkraus? Mr. Slaughter?
Present.
Mr. Troth?
Present.
Ms. Woods? Vice President Jordan?
Present, thank you. Madam Secretary, please indicate Valerie Woods, Marguerite Batts, and President Alvarez are excused today. We certainly want to let our president know that we wish her a speedy recovery and look forward to seeing her at our next meeting. Please record any other absent members as present when they arrive. Let me highlight the housekeeping items today. Before we begin, I would like to address the following. First, I would like to remind everyone to please silence all your electronic devices, especially cell phones and laptops during the meeting. For members joining online, please mute your microphone when you are not speaking, but leave your cameras on. Everyone should sign the sign-in sheet at each location, even if you do not attend to testify. When testifying, please remember to turn on your microphone and clearly state your name and the entity you represent at the beginning of your testimony. Speak directly into the microphone to ensure those listening in other locations and watching online can hear your testimony. Please remember to turn the microphone off when you finish speaking. Each witness should leave a business card by the sign-in sheet or with the forum staff. Meeting materials for this meeting can be accessed on the forum's webpage. Individual public copies are also available in each meeting location. Anyone who would like to receive electronic notifications of and access to the forum's agendas, minutes, and final report can do so by going to Nevada's legislative website and following the links. With that, let's get started. Agenda item 2, public comment. Time for public comment is provided at the beginning and again before the conclusion of the meeting. Public comment will be limited to 2 minutes per speaker. We will time each speaker, providing public comment to ensure everyone has a fair opportunity to speak. Speakers are encouraged to keep their comments as brief as possible. Speakers are also urged to avoid repeating comments or points made by previous speakers. Any person may also submit written comments to the forum secretary during or after today's meeting. In addition to testifying in person, members of the public may provide public comment over the phone or in writing as indicated on the agenda. We will start with those in the physical locations and then move on to anyone who has called in. If there is anyone in Las Vegas who would like to provide public comment at this time. Is there anyone in Carson City who would like to provide public comment at this time?
Yes, this is Mary Fesenmeyer, District 17. Transportation for medical appointments is only provided once, twice, 1, 2, or 3 times a week in some areas and not at all in other areas. This does not address the needs of people who might have radiation, dialysis, maybe even things like chemo and rehab, etc. And shopping opportunities only occur once a month. I can't imagine needing fresh fruits, vegetables, and so on, and only be able to go to the grocery store once a month. So this should be doubled at the very least. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those comments. Our broadcast and production services, in short, BPS, staff will interact with those phoning in for public comment. BPS, please add the first caller with public comment to the meeting.
Thank you, Chair. Your public line is open and working, but you have no callers at this time.
Thank you so much. Seeing there are no callers, we will move to our first order of business, the approval of our May meeting minutes. Forum members, do you have any questions regarding the minutes? Hearing none, I will entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the forum meeting on May 22nd, 2024.
So moved.
Put his name in.
Second.
We have a second as well. Who's giving the second, please? Oh, thank you so much. Is there any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. The motion carries. Agenda item number 4, overview of public transportation programs for seniors available through Nevada's Regional Transportation Commissions, RTCS. Presenters, are you prepared? Thank you so much. This morning we have presenters Terry Reed, the Administrator for Paratransit and Special Services, RTC of Southern Nevada. Participating in person in Las Vegas, James Gee, Director, Public Transportation and Operations of Washoe County, Paul Nelson, Government Affairs Officer, RTC of Washoe County. Participating in person from Carson City. For the next order of business, we will hear Terry Reed, Administrator of Paratransit and Special Services with the Regional Transportation Commission of Southern Nevada, who will be presenting upon public transportation programs and services for seniors available through RTC of Southern Nevada. After her presentation, we will hear from Mr. McGee, and later we will hear from Mr. Nelson. We will take questions from forum members at the end of the presentation. Ms. Reed, feel free to begin. Are you ready?
Yes, ma'am. Sorry. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for having us today. My name is Terry Reed. As mentioned, I'm the RTC Manager of Paratransit Operations and Certification. Today, I'm excited to share with you a bit more about who the RTC is and our role in the community, as well as share some insights on our ongoing initiatives and services for the community. Okay. Before we begin, I want to share more on who the RTC of Southern Nevada is and what we're responsible for. The Regional Transportation Commission of Southern Nevada is the regional planning agency. We oversee public transportation, the bike share system in downtown Las Vegas, among other cycling initiatives, as well as roadway planning and funding, traffic management, and the implementation of the regional plan for Southern Nevada. We are essentially the transit agency, metropolitan planning organization, and traffic manager for the entire region, all under one roof. Great. Okay. At the RTC, it is our responsibility to provide transportation options for our residents and visitors. These options include our fixed route bus service and paratransit, as well as special programs for our seniors, veterans, and other community initiatives we take part in. The RTC's vision is to provide a safe, accessible, and efficient regional transportation network that enhances the quality of life for Southern Nevada's residents and visitors. Transit is an important component of this vision as it helps to reduce traffic congestion. Okay, for those who are unfamiliar with our service area, the map shown provides the most accurate representation of our current service area. We are aware that there are areas in our region that we have not been able to sufficiently service, like Anthem and Southern Highlands. RTC paratransit services are currently determined by our fixed route or city bus services. Unfortunately, we can't grow as quickly as our city has, but events like this allow us to receive feedback from our residents on what we can improve. We strive to be efficient in our transit system's growth. The RTC has a very thorough evaluation of route additions and cuts. We look at population density, business growth, economic development opportunities, and how developing areas in our region will need to connect to other routes. A little about our fixed route service. Our traditional bus service is often referred to as fixed route, which is a bus operating along a route on a fixed schedule. The system offers quick and affordable service that can help you travel throughout the valley using one of our 39 routes, including going to shopping centers, clinics, restaurants, the airport, and the Strip. Fares for fixed route bus services cost $2 for a single ride or $5 for a 24-hour pass. If purchasing your fare on our bus, you need to have the exact fare amount ready, which is $2 for a single ride or $5 for a day pass. But for seniors with a reduced fare ID provided by the RTC, your fare is half price. So it is just $1 for a single ride and $2.50 for a day pass. A little about our paratransit and specialized services. The RTC provides paratransit service, which is a reservation-based shared ride door-to-door program available to customers who are physically or cognitively unable to independently use the RTC's fixed route system. To be eligible for the RTC's paratransit service, customers must go through an evaluation process based on one's ability to use the fixed route system. This service operates 24 hours a day, 365 days per year within the urbanized areas of Clark County. We also have RTC on-demand service, which offers rides at the customer's request, instead of forcing riders to plan a trip around a bus schedule. RTC On Demand will pick you up from your doorstep and connect residents of West Henderson and the Southwest Valley to transit stops and other popular destinations. Our paratransit service. The RTC provides paratransit service, which is a reservation-based shared ride door-to-door program available to customers who are physically or cognitively unable to independently use the RTC's fixed route system. To be eligible for the paratransit service, customers must go through an evaluation process based on one's ability to use the fixed route system. This service operates 24 hours a day, 365 days a year within the urbanized area of Clark County. If you're interested in applying to become certified, you'll need to request an application from the RTC Certification Office. Customers who have requested an application for paratransit services may be required to participate in an in-person interview and may require a functional ability assessment to determine if they're eligible for services. If required to go through the assessment, the RTC will provide complimentary transportation to and from the appointment. And if using paratransit, customers can call up to 3 days in advance to schedule a ride. And a much more convenient option is our paratransit mobile app, also known as My RTC Para. The app allows customers to schedule and track their ride directly from your phone. Scheduling and paying for the trip can also be conveniently accessed through our web portal at rtcsmv.com. Paratransit rides one way are $3, and customers may also purchase in person at the RTC admin building, by mail, or online at our paratransit web portal. Even if paratransit certified, you may still choose to use a fixed route system for some trips. And one perk is the customers who are paratransit certified may ride the fixed route system for free. We have a non-dedicated service. The RTC's paratransit contractors partner with non-dedicated service providers, currently Silverride and UServe, to provide an added mobility option that complements the ADA paratransit service. Riders who opt in can expect either an RTC paratransit vehicle or a UServe or Silverride vehicle to arrive during their scheduled pickup window. While these programs may not be directly requested, they can be used as a way to supplement paratransit rides. If a non-dedicated service vehicle is selected, the client will receive a text from the RTC advising that the trip was moved. They'll also receive a follow-up text from the vehicle with trip, vehicle, and driver details. The selected vehicle will be clearly identified with the logo from one of our service partners. To be eligible for participation in the program, customers must also meet the following criteria: be able to travel independently, which means it may not be suitable for persons with intellectual or memory deficits. And at this time, wheelchair scooters or non-collapsible walkers cannot be accommodated. Customers must also have a smartphone with text capability. Oh, there we go. We also have a mobility training program. The mobility training is a free one-on-one or group training program to help seniors, students, and people with disabilities learn to use the RTC transit service safely and properly. Mobility training is meant to help develop the skills and confidence needed to travel independently. For those who may not be familiar with using public transportation, the RTC offers this and one other program, which I'll discuss a little later. The first mobility training service is one-on-one and group mobility training to teach seniors, people with disabilities, and students to use the RTC fixed route transit services safely and properly. The time spent on training is customized to fit the client's individual needs. An RTC instructor will spend as much or as little time as needed to get you to the point where you are comfortable traveling independently. And FY23, the RTC provided more than 49,000 trips to seniors through services dedicated to improving the quality of life for our residents. For a little background, Silver Star is a service open to the entire community, but was designed with seniors in mind. The service stops at senior living communities and various shopping areas. Every Silver Star route connects with regular RTC fixed route service to provide a broad range of destinations for passengers. Riders can use transit passes for boarding, and each Silver Star vehicle can accommodate up to 2 wheelchairs at a time. We also have flexible demand response known as FDR. This is a door-to-door transit service provided by the RTC that allows residents to call and schedule rides on a public transit system that would not otherwise be available in their area. FDR also intersects RTC fixed route transportation routes throughout the service area. And this allows riders to use fixed route service to meet transportation needs that take them outside their neighborhood communities throughout Clark County. This service is currently available in Sun City Anthem, Sun City Summerlin, and Centennial Hills communities. A little about Silver Star. Beyond our traditional public transit, we have some senior-specific loop route transit services called Silver Star. This program has 12 routes around the valley to provide transportation to stops near communities, community centers, and various shopping locations. Silver Star passengers can use any of our transit passes for boarding or pay 50 cents cash on board. These vehicles and all of our fixed route vehicles are ADA accessible and can accommodate mobility devices and specific shopping carts. The other training program I referenced earlier is Seniors on the Go. The RTC also offers training specifically for seniors on how to use public transit with the Seniors on the Go program. The Seniors on the Go offers you everything you need to know about riding the city buses, like how to board the bus, pay your fare, and plan your trip. If you'd like to request a group training, you can head over to our website, rtcsnv.com, and request a Seniors on the Go training session. Our next program is specifically for our veterans. The RTC Veterans Medical Transportation Network, or VMTN, is designed to assist veterans with free transportation service to VA-approved medical appointments. Eligible veterans may receive a free monthly transit pass to be able to use the RTC fixed route system. Those veterans who are paratransit certified may participate as well and use the RTC's paratransit services for free transportation to and from their medical appointments. To sign up, customers would need to fill out an application on our website, present a Nevada driver's license, and present a copy of a VA medical card or honorable discharge paperwork. The Veterans Reduced Fare Program enables U.S. Armed Force veterans residing in Clark County to receive a 50% discount on regular transit fares. Veterans must obtain an RTC Veterans ID card. There's also the Downtown and Veterans Medical Center Express, which provides direct transit access from the RTC's Downtown Bonneville Transit Center to the front door of the Veterans Medical Center in North Las Vegas. Additional RTC transit routes access other federal medical facilities, such as the O'Callahan Federal Medical Center and various VA primary care clinics. We have the next service is Paratransit Ride on Demand. The Ride on Demand program is an on-demand transportation service available to a select group of RTC paratransit customers. This program allows customers to schedule a ride within minutes without having to wait for a pickup time. Some of the benefits are that the Ride on Demand program allows clients to schedule a ride within minutes. Clients may book trips 24 hours a day, 7 days a week by using the Lyft or RTC On Demand apps and by booking on the RTC On Demand website via computer or tablet or by calling the Ride On Demand customer service line. The wait time may be as little as 5 minutes. Ride fares are often the same as RTC paratransit. On-demand service results in greater convenience and flexibility when scheduling medical appointments, work schedules, shopping, etc. Are there any questions?
I have a question. When you said $2 per ride, is that cash, or could they have an app?
We have, for paratransit, for fixed route, we have cash or apps.
Okay.
For paratransit, we have cash, we have coupons as well, or they can buy a online pass that's paperless. where your rides, since we know who the customers are, we will just deduct rides from that monthly allowance that you purchase.
And last question, how often is this used? Is it in the percentage of people in Clark County?
Which service, I'm sorry?
The para.
Oh, paratransit daily. The service is 24 hours, 7 days per week, and we currently schedule, today, if I recall this morning, we were at about 5,400 trips, and that was just today. Yes, you're welcome. Yeah.
Ms. Levitt?
Hi, I'm Peggy Levitt. I live in Boulder City, and I'm on the Southern Nevada Regional Transit Board. And you didn't mention that, which is, I think it's another service that you provide that's just invaluable to the seniors in Boulder City, Mesquite, and Laughlin. And I think that's an amazing service that you do, the Silver Rider. So, and I don't know that you're addressing the regional needs, but it provides a great service to our seniors. I see it, those Silver Riders at the Senior Center at Albertsons. They take people to medical appointments, and they're very active in our community. And I know from sitting on the board that Mesquite and Laughlin also have great services.
Thank you so much. We'll make note of that. I appreciate that.
Are there any other questions? We certainly appreciate your discussion this morning, Ms. Reed, on the transportation program for seniors. We're grateful that you were here, and we look forward to hearing from you or visiting with you or providing questions at a future date. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you for your time.
Seeing that there are no more questions, we will move on to the next presentation. Mr. G, please feel free to begin.
Good morning. Thank you for having us. My name is Paul Nelson. I'm the Government Affairs Officer at RTC Washoe, and I'm joined with Jim Gee. He's our Director of Public Transportation and Operations. We have many programs in place that serve our seniors and discounts that serve our seniors. We understand that public transportation is a quality of life issue for a lot of people in our community, and that's no different for many of our seniors. In fact, one of our busiest routes, if you take away Virginia Street and 4th Street and Prater Way, our Route 2 is generally the first or second busiest route that we have in the entire system, and that stops at our senior center every half hour. So that's a very popular bus system. It's important for people to get wherever they need to go, doctor's appointments, grocery stores, and many other things. So with that, I will turn it over to Jim Gee, and he will give the presentation.
Members of the forum, good morning. My name is Jim Gee. I'm the Director of Public Transit for RTC Washoe, and I'm here to discuss the public transit options specifically for senior citizens in Reno and Sparks, Nevada, and Washoe County. Oh, if you would, okay, thank you. First, I'd like to talk about sort of the backbone of our transit system, which is our fixed route system. This is the traditional system that we have that is large buses up and down city streets, stopping at marked bus stops. And for us, it generated about 5.2 million trips last year. About 60% of those trips are work trips. And I like to note that a lot of those work trips are actually also senior trips, because what we've seen in our community is we have a growing population of baby boomers who are reaching retirement age, but they're not retiring yet. They don't have the desire to retire, or perhaps they don't have the financial means to retire. And so we see people working later in life, but at the same time as that, they're also having age-related disabilities. And so they're looking for options to find ways to get around the community where they don't have to drive, but they still need to work and they still want to participate in the community. And so for us at RTC Washoe, that audience becomes huge for us, and it's a really good way for us to continue to grow our ridership. Go ahead, Paul. Our most popular service in Reno are our two BRT lines, or bus rapid transit lines. One is the Virginia line, which goes north and south along Virginia Street. It's our north-south corridor. And the second is the Lincoln line, which essentially follows our east-west corridor. Service is every 10 minutes. And for us, these two backbones generate a lot of ridership because what we focus on, and this tailors to our messaging to senior citizens, is a service that is safe, reliable, and friendly. Those three things is what we preach to our drivers and our employees. Safe in that we want to make sure you have a safe experience. Reliable, in this case, every 10 minutes, but on time and there when we say we're going to be there. And of course, friendly, because we want to make sure our drivers and anyone who represents RTC is doing so in a positive manner. For RTC Ride, our fixed route, like Southern Nevada, we do offer reduced fare for senior citizens. For us, our regular fare is $2. A day pass is only $3, and seniors, the disabled, and veterans can receive half-price fares. So for only $1.50, a senior can ride on the bus essentially all day. And so we like that because it gets them out in the community. And we do see a lot of seniors, especially the last couple weeks when it's really hot. They will use the bus as a cooling station, or they'll use it to get to someplace cool because of the air conditioning. And so for us, because of our messaging, because of our emphasis on reliability, we've had 22 straight months of ridership growth on the fixed route side, and a big part of that growth has been senior citizens. We also have a service called Access, and Access is our service specifically for the disabled. It is a pre-scheduled service. It is a application-based service, very similar to what Southern Nevada provides, whereas you have to go through a process, a screening process, but once you are determined to be eligible, the bus will come to your door, pick you up, and take you anywhere within the Reno-Sparks metropolitan area. It's only $3 a ride per trip, so a very affordable way to get around the community. We have a lot of medical appointments. We have a lot of dialysis appointments, for example, but just incidentally, the number one trip purpose for using Access is still work. It's seniors who are working, even though they have disabilities, but they're still out in the community. We also have a newer service for us called Microtransit, and for us, we brand it as FlexRide. Essentially, this is RTC's version of Uber or Lyft, where it's an on-demand service, and it will come, pick you up without reservations, and take you anywhere within a specific geographic zone. We have 4 geographic zones around the Reno area. For passengers who wish to go across town, what we will do is we will connect them to an RTC Ride or an RTC Access vehicle. But for the most part, this is providing independence for seniors within a specific suburb, for example, where they wake up and they want to go and they don't have to rely on their family member. They don't have to rely on a vehicle that's shared by others, sort of like a facility vehicle. And it gives them a lot of independence. We like to talk about how our FlexRide is superior to Uber and Lyft because we really address the shortcomings that we hear, especially from our seniors, about Uber and Lyft. First of all, our pricing is consistent. It's $3 a ride, where Uber and Lyft will have peak fares and inconsistent fares. Secondly, our drivers are trained. And it's a very consistent driver experience. They're trained to deal with folks with disabilities. They have proper testing, proper backgrounds. And thirdly, the vehicle itself is consistent. So we have vehicles that are accessible for the disabled. They have wheelchair lifts. We can give folks a safe, consistent environment that they can use to move around the community. To teach folks how to use all of our public transit services, we have a very aggressive travel training program. And very similar to Southern Nevada, it can be anywhere from an individual one-on-one appointment to a group appointment where we will go out and do outreach at senior living complexes, for example. If you put yourself in the if you think of yourself as a senior citizen who perhaps haven't ridden a bus in many years, it can be a very intimidating experience. You don't know how to pay, you don't know how to tell the driver to be let off, you don't know how to use the different services or what services make the most sense. And so by having this travel training program, we can answer all of your questions on a one-on-one basis. And so, and that's a lot of times just what folks want, is that one-on-one basis, so I can hear my questions, get them answered, and be more comfortable when I do take those transit rides. One of our most recent special programs, and frankly one of our best special programs, is a combination of what we call senior ride taxi bucks, but also with Uber and Lyft options. For every senior, veteran, or disabled person in Washoe County, they can sign up and receive $60 every month in transportation. And that transportation could be for cab rides, that transportation could be used for Uber, or it could be used for Lyft. That $60 gets loaded onto a card that gets put out to seniors, disabled, and veterans each month. And then those seniors can choose how to use that $60. It might be trips to the pharmacy. It might be trips to the barber shop. We have some that use it to get to the airport, to avoid airport parking. So it's their choice on how they use the dollars. But it's a really great program because it gives them independence with a network of vehicles that's already out there in the community that they generally can easily learn how to use. So we're very excited about that. Another thing that we do in Washoe County is we have a special program where we provide funding for nonprofit vehicles. There's several nonprofits in the community that are also providing necessary essential services to seniors and veterans, such as access to healthcare networks, such as Volunteers of America. And what we do is we work with them on making sure they have the vehicles that they need to be able to provide their services. And so just this past year, those vehicles provided an extra 14,000 trips, serviced an extra 2,700 folks. And those are vehicles that likely these nonprofits may not be able to normally receive. It's a benefit to RTC because it helps alleviate the demand on our access and special services, but most importantly, it's a benefit to our community because a rising tide lifts all boats, and the more services that are out there for folks in our community, the better access they have and the better our community is. And then finally, one of the things that we stress as an organization is to be a good community partner. And so we are always looking for opportunities to work with nonprofits, to work with social service agencies, to work with groups, to be able to be that good community partner. For example, recently we did a Stuff a Bus program for seniors with a lot of different partners. We filled the bus up with food and hygiene products and just items that senior citizens need in our community, and we're always looking to continue to do more of those items. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have about services in Washoe County. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. G. Forum members, do we have any questions?
Yes, this is Lucille Aiden, Senate District 13. And I wanted to ask you, now if a senior has a doctor's appointment, do they have to pay for that ride?
They do. We don't have different price points for different types of trips, but what we do is we focus on keeping fares as affordable as possible. So on the, for example, access, it would be $3 per trip. On the regular fixed route bus, it would be $1 a trip or $1.50 for the entire day. So we try to make it as affordable as possible.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Aiden. Are there any other questions? Ms. Levitt?
My question is, it seems like both in Southern Nevada and Northern Nevada, the services are pretty comprehensive. So I'm just wondering if the person who had public comment, that question was answered with respect to seniors who can only get groceries once a month and people who are on like cancer treatment and can't get to the doctor as often as they need to go. Because I was trying to figure that out as these presentations were going on, and it seems like the services are fairly comprehensive.
Yes, this is Mary Fesenmeyer again from District 17, and my concerns are for, areas like Garrington, Hawthorne, Fallon, Silver Springs. I live in Smith Valley. There are no services. TRE, which is actually in Douglas County, adjacent to Smith Valley, has no services at all to get for medical appointments and grocery shopping. So we need to really expand this in the state to frontier areas. I mean, I'm not even what's considered a frontier, so they must be in a dire strait. Thank you.
Are there any additional questions? I have a question. I didn't hear anyone, Mr. G or Ms. Reed, talk about time of day. Are the bus service schedules 24/7? And on what days of the week are they functioning? I think this is key. Many people like to go to their religious facilities on Sundays and Saturdays. So I'd like to have an answer to that question, and it's particularly the time of day the transportation system runs for seniors. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Paratransit in Southern Nevada is 24 hours, 7 days per week, period. And we have 0 denials.
Good. And Mr. G?
Same answer for RTC Washoe. The service is 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, and we have no denials on paratransit also.
Okay, I think that's valuable information. If there are no other questions, hearing no other questions, we will move on to the next item on our agenda. Thank you so much. We really appreciate both the North and the South represented today. Speaking on behalf of RTC, look forward to hearing from you again, and great job. At this time, we'll have agenda item number 5, an overview of employment, age discrimination, and policies to support a multi-generational workforce. Our presenter today is Ms. Angela Rowe, Policy Specialist with the Employment, Labor, and Retirement Program of the National Conference on State Legislatures. Is she here? Yeah, she's on. I believe this is a Zoom call. Are we prepared for this? Ms. Rowe, are you present someplace? I think we're going to have a 5-minute break here just to see if Ms. Rowe's present. Thank you. Forum members, in respecting your time, I think that we will move on to agenda item number 6, an overview of the Nevada Equal Rights Commission and ageism in the state's workforce. Our presenter would be Kara Jenkins, the administrator for NERC. I want to suggest that if we have the opportunity to hear from Ms. Rowe later on in the program, we'll just connect at that time. But I'd like to move on since we have such a busy schedule today. Are we okay with that? Thank you so much. At this time, Ms. Kara Jenkins.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. This is such an honor. My name is Kara Jenkins. I am the administrator of the Nevada Equal Rights Commission, and it is my honor to go over state laws that protect older workers. I have some slides. Forgive me, we're in the process of a move and there's dust everywhere. So I had to mute it so I wouldn't cough on this presentation. But I do have slides because I have some really interesting updates that I think your organization and committee should be aware of about older workers as it pertains to workplace discrimination. So before I get started, I just want to introduce myself and just say I've been with the Equal Rights Commission for over 12 years now. I was appointed originally by Governor Brian Sandoval. I've maintained through other governors. I'm currently under Governor Joe Lombardo. It's my honor to serve Nevadans. NERC is a statewide organization or a commission that was created in 1961, and it was meant to investigate and fully resolve and settle discrimination in employment, housing, and public spaces. Today, we will focus on employment because that was the request of the committee to report to you all on what we're seeing in terms of data and challenges for older workers under what's called ADEA, the Age Discrimination in Employment Act. And Nevada also has a state law counterpart to protect workers who are 40 and over. So that's kind of the overview. That's who we are. Again, we're a statewide agency. We have an office in Reno at the Corporate Boulevard location, and then we have an office in Vegas. I'm in Vegas. And so I want to just kind of give an overview about where we are and how we got to a place of protecting older workers and some of the challenges we're seeing now. I hate to be a wet blanket, but it's bleak. We're not seeing a lot of legislation that is in favor of protecting older workers because the threshold in order to proceed on a litigation or a claim of discrimination is so hard. And we have the Supreme Court to thank for that, and I will get there. So, but before I go there, I want to talk about kind of the law as it relates to older workers and just in general protecting people. So I worked tirelessly to try to learn how to share my screen. Can you all see that, members of the committee and Madam Chair? Can you all see these slides?
I can. It's a little small, so if we could see it.
Okay, how's that? Is that better? A better view?
No.
Can't really see them?
We didn't know.
No, it's really kind of small, and we did not get that as a handout.
Right. Okay, so we'll provide these after the fact, and I'm just going to, don't even worry about it because it's just bullet points. I will go over this and we'll have more of a dialogue on my presentation, especially about this one Supreme Court case that makes it very challenging for workers who are 40 and over to file complaints of discrimination. These slides essentially say, and don't even worry about focusing on them because I have them up at like 150%. They're very hard to read. They basically say that NERC is the state's equal opportunity agency. And what that means is the federal government has an organization called the EEOC, the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. Well, we have NERC. Nevada has the Nevada Equal Rights Commission. We are partners with the EEOC. And what does that mean? It means that cases of discrimination that are filed here in Nevada can either be filed with the Nevada Equal Rights Commission or the EEOC. You can pick. There is a local office here in Las Vegas, and we work hand in hand with them, and we actually share cases. We have shared software and data for the purpose of identifying whoever files with us first, we will investigate that case. And so we can make sure that we're not double dipping. So if someone files a complaint of workplace or age discrimination with the EEOC in Nevada, we'll know that if they file with us, we have to have hands off because it's already with our federal counterpart. Likewise, if someone files a complaint of workplace discrimination because, say, they were demoted or not promoted because of what they felt was their age, EEOC can't take the case. We will be doing the investigation, but we share work case responsibilities because on average, we get over 1,600 cases a year, but it's very low when we talk about age discrimination. Again, I'm going to get there. It's very, very difficult to prove that case. And a lot of older workers just do not file. So when we talk about the Age Discrimination in Employment Act, or what we call ADEA, that's the Age Discrimination in Employment Act of 1967, or ADEA, that was huge legislation. That legislation was passed right after the Civil Rights Act of 1964. And so we're going to just hop in the time machine. We're going to go in the DeLorean, and I'm going to take you on a history lesson because a lot of us were around when this happened. So when we had the Civil Rights Act of 1964, we were in a very interesting time in our country, very similar to how you might see our country now. There were a lot of social movements and efforts to try to get folks equal access and equal opportunities on the job, regardless of their race, their sex, their national origin, or religion. That was huge. The Civil Rights Act was penned into legislation. It had been a movement. It had been lobbied. In fact, it was the longest legislated lobbied bill ever in the history of the United States of America. And in order for it to pass, the Voting Rights Act portion had to be taken off. We didn't get the Voting Rights Act passed until 1965, but finally it happened. And Lyndon Johnson was the one who signed the Civil Rights Act of 1964. The first ever in history, federal protection for workers based on what we now call protected status, meaning that just by virtue of you being who you are, because of the history of discrimination you or people like you have faced, you are now in what's considered a protected class or a protected status. Doesn't mean you get anything. It just means that if you do face discrimination moving forward, you have a right of claim. You can now sue, or you can go to a state agency and they can help you either settle it or prepare you or give you a right to sue your employer for discrimination based on what we call mutable characteristics that you cannot change. We can't change how we're born. We can't change the color of our skin. We can't even help or slow down the aging process. It is just an aspect of humanity that we are just humans. There are some humans, though, that face discrimination more frequently based on data and based on what we know than others. And so these people became protected under the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Now, Lyndon Johnson wasn't done with race, sex, national origin, or those protections. 3 years later, in 1967, you see the Age Discrimination in Employment Act being signed by him, or ADEA. Now, this was very specific legislation. None of its kind had ever been passed. And what that legislation said was that if you are 40 and over, if you start at 40 or over, and I believe that a lot of us can raise our hands to that, you are going to face, and we've seen it, more discrimination in the workplace than people who are 40 and under, or who are 39 and under. And why is that? Why do we see more discrimination? Well, we've looked into it, and I'll take the slides down now because that's all I'm probably going to show since no one can see it. I just need to stop this share. Stop share. Thanks. Thank you. Why do we see more discrimination for folks 40 and over? I mean, we can all give opinions on it, but we actually have data to show that for some odd reason, they think that once you hit 40, you're like day old bread. That's just not the case. I recall very much after graduating law school in my 20s and just having multiple jobs. I worked for 2 lawyers part-time. I worked at Bath and Body Works selling hand creams and lotions. My parents were quite concerned about my path in life. They didn't know what I was going to do if I was going to land with one job. But I was trying to get my sea legs. I was trying to figure out who I wanted to be in the world and what job was a good fit for me. It wasn't until later on in life 35, 38, 40, that I really began to feel comfortable in knowing where I could be an asset, where I could lend my skills and actually contribute to an organization or an agency. For me, it was government and public service. And so that's what's really interesting about how people who are over 40 seem to get put in this category that they're no longer viable, when in fact data shows that if you're 40 and over, you are very much more likely to stay. You have a mortgage, you are a reliable worker, you have bills to pay, you've got kids to send to school. Data shows that the more mature workers are the ones that are more stable. And when we look at older workers moving up the age range, you get closer to retirement. There are benefits at 60, 65. You have access to Social Security benefits. There are so many things that incentivize someone to stay. Plus, let's just talk about this. You have institutional knowledge. If you have been with a company for more than 10 years, more than 20 years, 30 years of your life, you have now invested yourself into an organization where you basically are a brand ambassador for that organization, and no one can tell you about your organization but you. You are the best person with the inside knowledge and history of that organization or your employer. But yet, here we are, and here I am talking to you about, still in all, we see a lot of workers who are approaching 40, 50, even 60 years old, being demoted, being fired. These are called adverse employment actions. Now, when I looked at the data with the Equal Rights Commission, I looked at how many cases we got alleging discrimination based on age for those reasons. The main reasons are, I feel like I didn't get this promotion even though I was the most qualified, I had the longest experience. Shoot, I even trained the person that got the job over me, but I didn't get the job. We looked into it, me and my management analyst, and Yisha and I looked at the numbers, and it was very discouraging. It was discouraging to see that even after almost a year of settling cases on behalf of Nevadans for discrimination, age discrimination claims were among the lowest settled. Less than 1% of cases that we got settled. Let me tell you why. And what that means in raw data is we had 8 cases this last year that were based on age. Do we think that Nevada's perfect and we don't see age discrimination? No, we just know that filings are very low for people to bring their cases to the Equal Rights Commission for a potential settlement or a right to sue, or they're not filing at all, or, and this is what I'm thinking, it's a very tough burden to meet. So when we talk about filing a case or a claim of discrimination based on age, we'll use myself as an example, and then I'll open it up for questions. And also a call to action, if I can, for your organization and for your group. If you're filing a case of discrimination, you file online with us and you talk about what you feel the discrimination was. What was the discriminatory act? And so for purposes of this opportunity to speak in this session, it would be age. So we would select age, meaning that we are 40 and over, and we feel like we were, say, denied an employment opportunity because we think that our employer has a bias against people who are over 40, I'm 46, so let's just use my age. The person, and this is my proof, the person that did get the job was less qualified, younger than me, significantly younger, like 10 years younger, which is very great evidence to show. And they also, thank you. And they also perhaps were less experienced, or it was an individual I trained. So there's my evidence that I filed a complaint. Okay, the Equal Rights Commission takes the complaint, looks into it, and we investigate it. And it all looks good. However, we've got Gross versus FBL Financial Services, Inc., a Supreme Court case in 2009 that says, in order to prevail on an age discrimination complaint, age has to be the but-for factor for the discrimination. This is unlike any other, and I know this is a lot, and I'll break it down as best I can, but this is unlike any standard of proof or burden that any other complainant has to endure if they're filing a race complaint or a complaint based on sex. For those types of complaints under Title VII, when we talked about the Civil Rights Act of 1964, those allegations of discrimination, the only burden for the plaintiff or the charging party or the complainant is that it has to be, the discrimination had to be motivating. Your type of discrimination had to be the motivating factor for the discrimination, not the only sole but for cause. Let me break that down even more. So it means that if I feel like I'm facing age discrimination, I have to show the alleger, the plaintiff, the complainant, I have to show it to the Equal Rights Commission or even EEOC that there was no other reason for the employer to not promote me but my age. That's very limiting. That's like walking a tightrope over the Grand Canyon with nothing underneath you, with no safety net. Because there are so many reasons that the employer can say they didn't promote you other than age. They can say, oh, well, just you were tardy a lot, or we were worried about attendance, or, we had to accommodate you a lot, which could also lead into disability discrimination, because we know with age comes other protected classes or other conditions that you should be given accommodation for. We can talk about that at another time. I'm happy to train on that and discuss those issues. But with age, a lot of folks are being barred from moving forward on their age discrimination complaints because they can't get past this hurdle, this burden of proof that says you have to show that the only reason you didn't get the promotion was because your age. That is so hard to show. Where in other cases of discrimination, race or sex or national origin discrimination, it just has to be the motivating factor, meaning there can be other reasons that maybe the employer did not promote you, but you can show that for the most part, they didn't like me because of my race or my sex. There might have been some other things that they can say they're defending on that, maybe my attendance wasn't good, or I was an average worker. So that's why I didn't get the promotion. But even still, you can prevail on a claim if you can show that they still don't like you because of your race, because of your sex, because of those other protected categories. Unlike age, for age claims, it has to be, you have to show the only reason you didn't get promoted and the younger worker did, who you trained, was because your age. That's so hard to prove. So there have been articles written about this. There has been a lot of criticism about the Supreme Court case. And, moving forward, the state of Nevada, we have an opportunity, or you all, I'm the executive branch, but organizations have an opportunity to create bills that can make it easier for people in the state to prevail on claims of age discrimination. We don't think that it doesn't happen. We actually saw when COVID happened in 2020, a huge number of folks filing complaints because they were just excessed, because a lot of employers were afraid of pre-existing conditions and they still wanted folks to work. However, if you were at risk of exacerbating your pre-existing condition that was age-related with a potential COVID exposure, it meant that the employers didn't want to take a risk of getting you sick or having to support you in that. So there's lots of work to do in this space. I'm really, really grateful for the opportunity to speak on age discrimination and kind of tell you where we are at in Nevada. And just to highlight, we are less than 1% of claims that are filed with us, and even less that are settled, because we have this Supreme Court case and this burden of proof that is so hard to show age discrimination, unlike any other type of discrimination that we see in the state. And so my call of action would be to look at this and see if there's anything you can do to mobilize and perhaps make it easier for our 40 and older working population to have access to moving forward with charges of discrimination, and to stop employers from not abusing the fact that it's really, really hard to win or prevail on an age discrimination claim. We want to encourage employers to hire workers, mature workers, so that people can have a quality of life. I'll speak personally, and then I'll step down. Is that up until my dad passed away last year, he was working. There was no way we were going to get that man to retire. I mean, he had a corporate job that he retired from, but then he went and worked at a smaller office because he liked to work. It gives meaning. It keeps people out there. Employment is not only beneficial in that you get paid, you make connections, you're social, it keeps you going. And so we don't throw people away because they get older, because guess what? We all are going to get older. And so we just need to make sure that we support agencies like NERC to protect workers and investigate discriminatory practices. But we also need to look at the laws that make it so hard to do so. So with that, I'll yield my time. I really want to thank the members of this committee today for having me at the Equal Rights Commission. I am happy and I'm at your disposal at your pleasure anytime to talk more about trends or data or how I can lend my services to you all. Thank you all so much. This is Kara Jenkins. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them at this time.
Thank you so much, Ms. Jenkins, for your wonderful presentation on ageism in Nevada's workforce. We look forward to you sending in the information so that we can review and discuss exactly what you're talking about, because it has a lot of merit as it relates to seniors. Forum members, do you have any questions?
Yes, this is Lucille Aiden, Senate District 13. And I have a question for you. I know at one time there was discrimination because of hairstyles. Is that still going on?
Yes, we still see that. However, we were very encouraged with the passing and the signing of the Crown Act. And so the Crown Act is creating a respectful and open rule for natural hair. And so what a lot of folks don't know is that for many people of color, we would have to conform our hair in order to see promotions, because there was data that showed that if you had certain hairstyles, you could either not even get the job or promote. And so there was a lot of talk about this. There's actually Crown Act legislation at the federal level. It has not passed yet, but in Nevada, we do have protections. So also for our kids in schools, that if you wear your hair as it grows naturally out of your head, which might be curlier or textured hair, a condition to employment should not be to straighten it. It is to just be well groomed in any work environment, but let your hair be your hair. And so if you feel that you are being discriminated against or not giving a job opportunity or promotion, or a lot of cases that we did see were in schools where kids, young girls would have braids, for instance. And braids, for those who aren't know, just this hair that's it's just braided down. They would be told that they could not come back to class until they undid their braids or changed their hair. According to what we would call grooming codes that were pretextual in nature, meaning they just wanted you to conform, we would get complaints where people would say, you know, my kid's hair is naturally curly, she's mixed race, or she's African American, and there's complaints about people not being able to see around her hair or having to do something different with her hair. And so those issues, though, have not traditionally been tied to race, but you can't change how your hair grows out of your head. It is very much tied to race. So the Governor Sisolak did. He signed the Crown Act, and so that is also legislation that the Equal Rights Commission enforces, that you should not have to, as a condition of employment, change how your hair grows out of your head to conform. Rather, you should be able to get the job based on your merit, your work ethic, and how you present in other ways that are related to the job. And we saw that it really impacted women more so. And it also lent itself to men with beards, folks who had alopecia or hair conditions that they could not help, which meant that they would have to wear wigs, but some people just don't want to wear wigs. And so, yes, to your question, we do see hair come up as an issue, and we now have jurisdiction to investigate and settle those complaints and let employers know that you cannot make a condition of employment out of hair. You have to just look at their qualifications and if they can meet their job duties and rate them on that. And if they are being demoted or being asked, even in public accommodation or school settings, public places, to have to change or conform themselves in order to participate or equally enjoy the premises, that is illegal.
Thank you so much, Ms. Aden. At this time, we will hear from Mr. Troth.
Thank you for your information. Roger Troth from Senate District 18. Are there any other legislative actions or proposals concerning with seniors that are being discussed with other forums that this group might need to be aware of that we could support or learn some more about for the next legislature?
Yes, 2025 is going to be interesting. I would like to stay in touch very much with the committee to let you know what I'm hearing. At the executive level, though, because we're under the governor's office, we just lend ourselves to legislators who may want to talk to us about how we would implement their legislative initiatives or their bills that they would hope the governor to sign. And so I'm not aware of any other services. However, I do know that transportation is a huge issue for our seniors. Disability discrimination always comes to NERC on folks not giving an accommodation, a reasonable accommodation so that people can do their jobs who are otherwise qualified. And then also looking at these age claims. I was interviewed in 2019 by a great journalist, and we talked about this, about how this Supreme Court case really has made it so difficult for folks facing age discrimination to even prevail on a claim of age discrimination because the burden is so tough. It's unlike any other burden for any other protected status. You have to essentially show that the only reason you were demoted or didn't get the promotion was because of your age. When in other cases, it's a lesser standard, it's a lesser threshold, or you just has to be a motivating factor. The motivation for not promoting you was because of your race or because you're a woman or because of what other category. But for age, it is just so hard. And then you also have seniors who, they just want to live well. And that includes my family, folks in my family too. To go through the process of filing a charge, if you think riding a bus is complicated, to have to get into litigation about this, it's super intimidating. We will do our very best at the Equal Rights Commission to really help and facilitate the process of filing your complaint up until the point of maybe getting your right to sue or settlement. But because the standards are so difficult, to get a positive finding from my agency to help you with that, that's where I think we really need to start. Although my opinion is just mine, and they don't reflect that of the Equal Rights Commission. We're an executive agency. Sorry about that legal disclaimer, but I really would like to see some support in this area to allow seniors the ability to have more leverage to, just like any other protected class, get their charges pushed through so that we can actually really give them relief and settle cases, because that's what we do. Our goal is really to try to encourage private settlement, not court. Court takes a very long time. But if we can privately settle cases and make people whole, it's very incentivizing to the employer. They're not outed, so to speak. And usually the individuals just want their form of justice, which is they wanted the promotion, or if they were denied the promotion because of their age, they're rectified and made whole through a settlement. And then we move on. Then we allow people to move on with their lives. And then we train and prevent discrimination like that. And so support of our agency is greatly helpful too, to make sure that we have got qualified investigators, that we've got a robust outreach program, and that we're funded well. So that's what I could say for right now, but I definitely do want to have more conversations about how I can assist your committee to make sure that seniors are seen.
Thank you, Mr. Troth. You have another question? Members of the forum, do we have any other questions for Ms. Jenkins? Ms. Buongiorno, good morning. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. 88 years old. I'm doing very well.
You look great.
Thank you. I represent District 10. Young lady, I can say one thing to you. I have been here 15 years. I thoroughly enjoyed your presentation. I have a question. I still run a business, but my applications are not such that I see that many people have to go through. In essence, they have to file them online. Is that true?
Yes.
Then online, when you have a application Does it necessarily have to have your age, or do they ask your birthday or something of that effect?
This is amazing, an amazing question. They should not.
They should not.
They should not be asking your. They usually do a kind of workaround where they ask your birthday.
Yes.
Feel free to leave that blank.
I think I would
Feel free to
support.
leave that blank. And there are questions that people, and I just say this in my general life, that people can ask questions that I can choose to answer or not. Now, when we talk about applications for employment, and we even talked about this with some of our re-entered citizens in Nevada who would serve their time and they had paid their dues to society and their debt to society, and they had that question about, have you been convicted of a felony? There are some exceptions where they don't have to check it until after they've had an interview and before a condition, or right around the time a conditional offer of employment is being made, where you can tell your interviewers or your potential employer that, yes, I did have a felony and it's not related to this job. And it allows people to get to know you and not see your application, whether it's your age or what have you, and say, oh, too old. So yes, it should not necessarily be where you feel forced to fill out what your age is, but then they want to know when your birthday is. And that's evidence that I'm just a lawyer. My investigators will look at that and see if that's on the application. If you feel like, as soon as you put that you were born in 1951, I'll use my mom's birthday, February 25th, 1951, and then she doesn't get a call back. That's really indicative. But then here we have this burden where it has to be, we have to show that it was because of her age that they didn't give her an interview. That is so narrow. That is just so narrow. But yes, that is not something.
I would definitely support legislation that would eliminate that question, because I think you're entirely right where that's concerned. I know in so many cases they ask me, but I'm not frightened of it. I tell them I'm very proud of the fact that I could sit on a forum like this, that I run a business. Yet to this day, I have people constantly coming to me for advice. We hope that during the process, our life's journey, that we acquire knowledge and we reach a certain age, that now that knowledge, we have the wisdom to dispense it. Thank you.
Yes. You're welcome.
Thank you so much, Ms. Porgiorno. Are there any other questions from the forum? If not, we want to thank Ms. Jenkins for a wonderful and passionate presentation this morning. And again, I look forward to you sending us the information.
I will. Thank you all
Thank you so much. With that, we're going to return to Ms. Rowe. I believe she is now prepared, Ms. Angela Rowe, who is going to share with us an overview of employment, labor, and retirement. Ms. Rowe, are you there? Yes, I see you.
I am here, yes. And thank you for having me today. And I apologize. Earlier, I was having some technical issues. You know, the joys of working remotely. So good morning to the forum and members of the committee. And thank you so much for inviting me to join you today. I do have a PowerPoint. I wasn't sure if Ashley was going to show it, but I can also just share my screen. Let's see here. Is that working, or can anyone see? Can you see my
We're not seeing anything at this time.
No, okay. Give me just a moment. Huh.
It's agenda item 5 for forum members. If you take a moment and just look through your packet.
Yeah,
Thank
I
you.
apologize. I'm trying to share my screen, but I keep, let's see if this is that working now?
It's small, but we can see a little of it.
Okay,
But we
let
can
me,
follow through.
I will, no, that's okay.
Better.
I can, yep, I can actually make it bigger. How is that?
Good.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Sorry, at NCSL, we typically use Microsoft, not Zoom, so sometimes get a little tricky with the technical stuff. But again, thank you for joining me today, or for inviting me to join you. My name is Angela Rowe, and I am a policy specialist at the National Conference of State Legislatures in the Employment, Labor, and Retirement Program, and where I focus mostly on pension and retirement-related issues. And just for those of you who may not know, NCSL is a nonpartisan, member-driven organization, and we support and represent the legislatures in the 50 US states, as well as the territories and commonwealths of the US. And on the policy and research side, we provide services to legislators and legislative staff. And this includes legislative tracking, so, looking for bills, keeping updated on what bills are introduced and enacted, research requests, technical assistance, and legislative testimony, a variety of different written resources and publications. And we also organize convenings, meetings, trainings, and conferences. And so these are services that are always available to you and members of the forum. And today I'm just going to give a really brief presentation on unretirement trends in the US. And if you have questions or comments along the way, feel free to chime in, or if you would like to hold your questions until the end, that is fine as well. And with that, let's just jump into an overview of unretirement. So in recent years, reemployment after retirement, which is commonly referred to as unretirement, has become an increasingly common trend in the US. There are some studies that even assert that retirees returning to work is no longer just a trend, but is actually a permanent feature of our evolving workforce. It's currently estimated that between 20 and 25% of retired workers currently work full-time or part-time, with another 7% that are actively looking for employment. Around 1 in 8 retirees are considering returning to work in 2024. And according to the Pew Research Center, Americans over 75 are the fastest growing age group in the workforce. So numbering nearly 11 million, the population of older workers has quadrupled in size since the 1980s. There are some 19% of workers that are over 65 that are employed today. But this doesn't mean that all of these workers have unretired necessarily. It may just simply mean that they've deferred retirement for a variety of reasons. And a few things to note as related to having an increasingly older workforce. People, as we know, are living longer and are more likely to be healthy into old age, which makes it much easier for folks to extend their working lives. And the nature of jobs has changed, right? So we've seen remote work, part-time work, more flexible schedules. We've also seen less physically strenuous job options, and this results in more options for retirees and older workers. And as I'm sure you know, retirees may return to work for a wide variety of reasons. This can include financial necessity as well as emotional and social fulfillment. And in just a moment, we'll talk a little more in depth about some of those reasons. Unretirement trends also vary by gender and marital lines. Interestingly, single retirees and women are generally more likely to cite income as their primary motivator for returning to work, while men are more likely to cite social connections, so looking for that engagement, that connection, that sense of community. The recent wave of retirement in, I'd say, the last 2 to 3 years is largely, or has largely been attributed to inflation, a lessened COVID pandemic concerns, and a really tight labor market. And there's also been some recent policy changes that have discouraged early retirement. So the changes to our Social Security system, which raised the full retirement age from 65 to 67, has likely encouraged older adults to delay retirement and continue working. And we've also seen a lot of retirement plans that impose penalties for retiring early. So why are retirees returning to work? There are a lot of financial reasons, as well as social and emotional benefits, that are commonly cited as reasons for retirees re-entering the workforce. Quite simply, when it comes to financial reasons, many retirees return to work just simply because they need the money. And this has become increasingly common with inflation, with the cost of living increasing. And this has made it really hard for a great number of retirees to maintain their lifestyle and meet their needs when they have a fixed income. Another big reason retirees may need to supplement their retirement income is a lack of insufficient retirement savings. There's been recent research from Pew Charitable Trusts and labor economists that assert that America is currently facing a retirement savings crisis. So most Americans, and this is especially true for economically vulnerable households, are not saving enough for retirement. So this means they're either not able to save enough, or in many cases, they don't have access to an employer-sponsored retirement plan. And this is very common with gig workers, in the private sector, as well as with independent contractors. So they either don't have access to a retirement plan or just aren't able to save enough to meet the recommended income replacement ratio of around 75 to 80%. Some retirees also return to work just to bolster that retirement portfolio. They want more savings. And this is especially true for workers that have hybrid retirement plans or more 401k type plans, because these plans don't guarantee benefits for life. So as the average life expectancy is increasing, it becomes more of a concern that retirees could outlive their retirement savings. So there's an increasing number of folks returning to the workforce to just bolster that retirement portfolio. As mentioned previously, some return to work for reasons related to their Social Security benefits, namely just to avoid having those benefits being reduced. Excuse me. And there have also been some retirees that are returning to work for healthcare benefits. So some retirees have cited that their employer-related healthcare benefits, or even their OPEB, their other post-employment benefits, are better than Medicare coverage, or may cover things like medication or certain types of treatment that are a little bit more limited than Medicare. When it comes to social and emotional benefits, there are a lot of reasons. Mental stimulation is a big one. So simply put, many retirees get bored after retirement, and working provides this sort of continued mental stimulation that ultimately keeps them sharper, keeps them more fulfilled, and in a lot of ways keeps them healthier for longer. Meaning and fulfillment is another big reason. So more and more retirees are returning to work to pursue new passions, especially since they may have more time or they may have more freedom and flexibility to pursue hobbies or interests that they just didn't have or couldn't do during their prime working years. Social engagement is another big reason. Many retirees feel increasingly isolated or may feel isolated after retirement and miss the social engagement that working affords. Returning to work may help retirees feel more connected, may help them feel more engaged, and enable them to continue enjoying a sense of community and shared purpose as well. Also, just keeping busy, right? Staying productive instead of potentially, being idle at home, just keeping busy and staying active. There have also been, changing nature of work that has made it a lot easier for retirees to return to work. So as I mentioned briefly before, remote work schedules, flexible work schedules, part-time work, job options that are more varied, that don't require physical labor, have really made returning to work more enticing for retirees. So the fiscal impacts of unretirement. Unfortunately, the fiscal impacts are very difficult to ascertain. And this is because they're really specific to the state and to the plan's post-retirement policies and regulations. Additionally, as you may know, there is no single agency that tracks post-retirement earnings of public retirees. And in addition, earnings caps calculations are pretty complicated and they vary widely by individual. And so self-reporting is not really a reliable way to track these earnings. There's also the consideration, which is again very difficult to ascertain, regarding whether or not the cost of hiring and training new workers is greater than or outweighs the cost of rehiring retirees that have established skills and experience and that institutional knowledge. There's also a concern, as I'm sure you've heard mentioned, of double dipping. And so this is essentially where a retiree may continue to work in the same job. And this is often by retiring and then being rehired in the same job while receiving pension benefits from that same job. I would say that this is not as often a concern, at least not as much now as it has been in the past, as most retirement plans have limitations to prevent double dipping, and they also have penalties for exceeding those limits. Many states and plans may also allow workers to to return to certain professions without losing their pension benefits. But this is often more commonly seen in jobs that have really critical workforce shortages, and even still is typically for a predetermined and limited amount of time or has specific earning caps. Additionally, some employers may not have to make pension withholdings for retiree workers. And so this could, say, enable them to pay into their unfunded liabilities, for example, instead of making those withholdings. However, one caveat would be that there's a very limited oversight when it comes to this double dipping and the penalties that are associated with it. And the enforcement of those penalties is usually very reactive. And so this is yet another reason why the fiscal impacts of unretirement are really difficult to determine. Moving on to the individual and workforce impacts of unretirement. In some plans, re-entering the workforce may result in pension benefits being frozen or interrupted. And again, this is to typically avoid double dipping, as I mentioned previously. There are a lot of exceptions that exist, but this varies greatly by retirement plan and profession. So there have been critical workforce shortages in nearly every state, and particularly in a lot of sectors. So we've seen this predominantly in teaching professions, in public safety, such as firefighting, law enforcement, as well as service industry and retail. So this has resulted in a lot of states and plans making temporary changes that allow retirees to return to work without interruption to their benefits. And again, this has been really common in teaching professions and public safety. When it comes to Social Security, an individual may be able to work after their full retirement age without their Social Security benefits being penalized. But at the same time, those extra earnings may push a retiree into a higher tax bracket. There's also a possibility that they may have to pay back received benefits depending on the time frame, though I will say that this is generally only true if you return to work within a year or less of applying for your Social Security benefits. The mental stimulation and emotional fulfillment of individuals returning to work can result in better health outcomes later in life. But as I mentioned, more physically demanding jobs, though there are less and less of those, could have a negative impact on health for retirees. But again, the increase of job options that are non-physical or less physically strenuous has sort of enabled retirees that are re-entering the workforce to avoid that. Additionally, retiree workers can help address critical workforce shortages as well as skills shortages. Most states, again, and workforces are facing both workforce shortages as well as skills shortages, and this is increasing as more and more people are retiring. We're losing more of that institutional knowledge. There have also been significant issues with recruitment and retention in certain sectors, again, particularly education, service industry and retail, and public safety. So allowing retirees to return to work can really help address those workforce shortages, even if temporarily, and help fill important skills gaps. There's also been research from OECD, which is the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, that has actually shown that having a more age-diverse employer or more age-diverse workforce, they have lower turnover and generally are much higher in productivity. So this is due to, again, diverse skills, collaboration, shared knowledge. So a lot of benefits to retirees returning to work as well. And lastly, when we're looking at reemployment after retirement legislation, as I mentioned, NCSL, we have a pension database that tracks a wide variety of introduced and enacted legislation on pension-related topics. And this includes unretirement, or as we track it at NCSL, reemployment after retirement. We have more into 2023, we saw more than 175 bills introduced that were related to reemployment after retirement, but only around 60 of those were enacted. To date, we have seen around 80, between 81 and 85 bills introduced in 2024, with about 20 being enacted. Most of these bills are making changes to existing provisions. So this includes caps on annual hours, earnings limitations, making changes to the time that is required between reemployment and retirement, or retirement and reemployment, eligibility, permitting employment again of certain workers, so teachers, law enforcement officers, et cetera, to re-enter the workforce without the suspension of their pension benefits. And we've also seen a handful of bills that are related to penalties for exceeding reemployment after retirement restrictions. Similar to most of the pension and retirement related legislation that we see at NCSL, we expect that there will be, and there will continue to be, a far greater number of bills related to unretirement that will be introduced as opposed to enacted. But we also anticipate the continuation of legislation addressing unretirement, especially in coming years, as the unretirement trend continues to grow and becomes a more permanent feature of our workforce. So with that, I will wrap up and just say thank you again for joining today and allowing me to share this information. And I'll open it up to questions if you have any.
Thank you so much, Ms. Rowe. We appreciate you getting to join us this morning. While Zoom didn't act as way it was supposed to, we had a very informal but direct and informational meeting as it relates to age discrimination. So we're grateful that you were here.
Thank
Board
you.
members, do we have questions? Mr. Troth?
I'll try not to monopolize here. I got 3 or 4 ones. Thank you very much. This was very informative and appreciate the information. We talked about, like on the second or third slide, insufficient retirement savings, and you addressed some of that. Does your group look at reasons, you mentioned some why people aren't saving, and you enumerated several of those. Is there a problem in our culture of training, education, and understanding of you need to save and prepare for the retirement years whenever that starts? Is that an issue that your group has identified as, you didn't enumerate that specifically, but is that something that needs to be looked at more?
Yes, I think that's a great question. And I will say that one of the things that we've seen at NCSL is that there are a lot of younger workers that don't have the access to, or are not maybe as interested in or seeking out financial literacy education. I think that with some of the changes that we've seen too, to more, pivoting away from the more traditional pension type of system to 401ks, hybrid plans, cash balance plans, that another thing is there's just a lot of information out there. And I think it can feel very hard, or what we've heard is that it can feel very hard for younger folks to navigate those systems. So I do think that the financial literacy and the awareness and the education around the need to save for retirement is a piece of it. But I'll also add that the research that we worked with Pew on, and eConsult Solutions as well, which I'm happy to share, NCSL prepared, I think it was last summer, August or so. I'll share the link after the presentation. One of the things that the research indicated was that there are just a lot of people that just don't have the extra income with inflation, with cost of living, with lack of affordable housing, that folks just, they just don't have the extra income to put into their retirement plans, if they even have them, right? And I think with the evolving nature of work and more people shifting to remote work, we've seen a huge uptick in gig workers and independent contractors, private sector workers, right, that are leaving the public sector to go into the private sector, maybe because the wages are higher, the salary is better, variety of reasons, that might not have access to an employer-sponsored retirement plan. So there have been a lot of states that have taken different creative approaches to address this. Auto IRAs, there have been other kind of similar state-sponsored savings programs that have been introduced to kind of address that. But again, yeah, like I said, I think the financial literacy is a piece of it, but what we've seen and what the research has indicated is just that folks are not saving enough because they either don't have enough, or they just don't understand the nature of their retirement plan and the best way to make the most out of the money that they do have, if that answers your question.
Yeah, that's excellent. Thank you.
Sure,
Two more and I'll be short. On the double dipping situation, what has your group looked at, or is there an understanding, how big an issue is unreported income, that seniors that are in these situations do things, off the books that aren't taxed, or, I can go do something and make money and not report it. Is that an issue?
So what we've seen, and we haven't tracked this extraordinarily closely. We do track legislation, again, that is related to, violations, penalties for violating post-retirement restrictions. What we have seen is that double dipping in the past, in early 2000s, was a little bit more of an issue, simply because retirement plans did not have or had not enforced or enacted penalties, or didn't really specifically differentiate what the limitations were or what the restrictions were. I do think, like I said, it's become less of an issue, namely because most retirement plans that we've seen have very specific restrictions. So again, that could be a cap on hours annually, earnings limitations. If you make above, X amount of money per year, your retirement benefits will be frozen. More commonly, though, what we've seen is that it's become less of an issue because we have a lot of states and retirement plans that have made changes that allow retirees to, in fact, re-enter the workforce without interruption of their benefits, which, I think if you look at the definition of double dipping, you could say it technically is. But these are positions that are, really critical workforce shortages, skills shortages, where we just really need people to fill those roles. And again, even with those changes, they're generally temporary. So it has to be, say, in a school district with a critical workforce shortage. It has to be in an industry with a critical workforce shortage, and it can only be for a limited period of time. So we've seen a lot of, changes with this sort of, how to address or prevent double dipping. But I think what is the caveat here, again, is that because there is no one single agency that tracks post-retirement earnings, what we've seen is that it's largely up to the retiree to calculate those earnings and to determine what the earnings cap is. And the can often be pretty complicated. And again, they vary widely by individual, and there's not a particular entity that, where there's oversight and enforcement is very reactive. So I think it's less of an issue, but I also think it's really difficult to know what exactly is happening because we don't have one entity that is, effectively or consistently tracking those earnings.
Last one. In your group's research and study, is there more of an issue with the double dipping off of government entities versus private sector entities? Does that make sense?
It does make sense. I won't say that we have identified that as being an issue, but one of the things that I will say that I've seen in my research around reemployment after retirement policies is that there are a lot of plans that may have specific restrictions around retirees re-entering the workforce, but those restrictions don't apply if you go from, say, working for the public sector to working for the private sector, or if you go from working for the public sector under a particular plan, maybe you're drawing benefits from from this particular plan, but then you re-enter the workforce in the public sector, but you are under a different plan, you have different coverage, right? So I would say that the transitioning from public sector to private sector is typically less of an issue because plans allow that. Generally speaking, they have regulations that don't apply if you go from public sector to private sector. And that is largely just because of the framework and the structures that exist within public versus private in terms of retirement plan access.
Thank you. Excellent.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. Mr. Slaughter, you have a question? Oh. Okay, excuse me, Mr. Slaughter. Ms. Bongiorno had her hand up before you, so if you don't mind, we will let Ms. Bongiorno speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Joanne Bongiorno, District 10. I want to know, in the private sector, if a company files bankruptcy, how does that affect a pension plan for any individual senior in particular? Can you tell me?
My understanding, and I'd have to dig more into this, into the specifics of this, is that typically, even if you file bankruptcy, that any benefits that you are currently beholden to, you have to find a way to meet those benefits. I think that I haven't seen specific scenarios where an entity has filed bankruptcy and hasn't been able to meet those benefits, or has been, where there's been legal action. I'd have to look more into that. But I do think that with the private sector, it also looks very different because a lot of private sector jobs don't actually offer access to retirement plans. And so this is where we're seeing the more state-sponsored retirement programs, kind of coming into play. But yeah, I would say that my understanding is that they're typically still beholden, to make those benefits and to make those retirees whole. And I think there's a variety of mechanisms to ensure that happens, whether or not it does, or if, there's been incidents where legal action has followed. I'm not sure. I'd have to dig more into that and then get back to you with my findings.
I wish you would. The reason I'm asking, I had a particular client that worked for an escrow company, and they filed bankruptcy, and she lost all her pension. So at that age, it was very difficult for the woman to succeed in anything else. Thank you. I would like to know that, though.
Sure. Yeah, I know that with the more public pension plans, that there are mechanisms in place. So the Public Pension Guarantee Corporation, right, that they'll, if an employer can't make their retirement responsibilities, can't meet those benefits, that they are then required to do that. I don't believe that there is an entity that exists like that for private sector, but I'm very happy to do some digging into that and just see what I can find.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bongiorno. Mr. Slaughter, you have the floor.
Frank Slaughter, District 11. This might not be a fair question, but I'm asking you, do you think, or are they tracking, say in the future, are we facing a tsunami when it comes to people that are underfunded for post-retirement? With the
I will
gig
share
workers, with the gig workers and the side hustles. Yeah, I'm sorry. Go on.
Yeah, no, don't be sorry. I think that's a great question. My understanding, and actually all research does indicate, and we've recently put out some publications on this, including a podcast about the lack of sufficient retirement savings. I think that it will be, I think some entities, some researchers, labor economists are saying that it already is a crisis. The lack of retirement savings, and that in the long run, it's going to actually cost state and federal government quite a bit of money if we don't make up that savings gap. I think that a big part of it is definitely we have a lot of people that don't have access to. And I'd have to look at the numbers because they're constantly changing. But I believe the last I looked, So around 50% or higher of private sector workers that don't have access to an employer-sponsored retirement plan at all. So that is a big part of it, that you have gig workers, independent contractors, private sector workers that do not have access to any type of retirement plan. And generally speaking, you know, what we've seen, what the research has indicated is that if they're not given a plan, if they don't have access to a plan, whether, you know, it could be optional, it doesn't have to be mandatory, they're far less likely to seek out a plan on their own and make allocations to that plan. So we've seen a lot of states kind of transitioning to state-sponsored retirement plans, portable benefits for gig workers. So I think that I would say that it is a crisis, and that if we don't address that savings gap, that it's going to end up costing state and federal government a lot of money in the long run, this lack of sufficient retirement savings. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. And the last part of the question is, if we don't have sufficient funds for future retirees, then it's going to come from the federal government. And now we're talking about raising the national debt, which can be catastrophic. That's in the market.
We're already doing.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, I'll be sure to share the research and the synopsis that NCSL that we worked on last year that gives some creative ways that we've seen the states kind of addressing this insufficient retirement savings, but it also has some really great data on how much it's estimated that this insufficient retirement savings is going to cost state and federal governments. And it's a lot of money. There are some, you know, very hard numbers, but there's also, you know, some really, I'd say, quite simple and straightforward ways to kind of close that gap. So again, I'll be sure to share that with you, but you're right, it is going to cost a lot of money, and definitely will raise the debt for sure.
Thank you so much. I have a question. Based on Mr. Tross' question, I have a different point of view. I looked at 10 different school districts around the nation who have retired teachers and are seeking their retired teachers to come back because there's a shortage of teachers in the schools. So that is a whole different focus. Many folks, and particularly teachers that get out of college and start working when they're 22 up to 25, are ready for retirement at 55, but they're still full of energy and interested in working. And many of them are going back doing part-time work in the schools just because there's a lack of educational personnel and the pedagogy requires to have licensed teachers. So that's another focus. And there are a lot of school districts recruiting seniors to come back and do that work. What's your feeling about that?
I think that's absolutely right. What we've seen as well in our legislative tracking and research is that there are a lot of school districts that are facing really severe workforce shortages, not just with teachers, but with, you know, education personnel in general. And as a result, we've seen, significant efforts to recruit or to incentivize retirees to re-enter the workforce. Sometimes we've even seen legislation that isn't targeting retired teachers, even specifically, that's just retiring, you know, substitute teachers. If you're law enforcement or you've worked in the public sector, recruiting them to work as substitute teachers or to just work simply in, you know, some kind of education personnel capacity. But we've definitely seen a big uptick in that. And I would say that the vast majority of the legislation that we've seen and the vast majority of the plans that I'm aware of have very specific provisions for retiring or for rehiring rather retirees to come back into teaching professions because there is such a workforce shortage. I think your observation is dead on, and I think that is a trend that we'll continue to see, especially as we face. And you know, I think we've also seen in rural districts that this is a particular problem, right? Where there's understaffing in certain urban areas where there's schools with lots of turnover rates or high turnover rates that we've seen, a lot of teachers re-entering the workforce to work part-time, and still being able to collect those pension benefits because of that critical workforce shortage and those skill shortages. So I think this is something that is very common, and I think that we'll see this trend continue in the coming years.
Thank you so much. Forum members, do we have any other questions? If not, we want to thank you so much for your presentation, and anything that you want to send us for additional information, we'd appreciate.
Thank you so much. I will definitely share. I'll just send it to Ashley and make sure that it's distributed to all the members of the forum.
Great.
Thank you so much.
Okay, at this time, forum members, we're going to have a 5-minute break. Forum members, in that our next presenter is not available at this time, we will break for our 30-minute lunch break. Thank you so much. Well, good afternoon. We're back from lunch, and we want to welcome everyone back. Our agenda item number 7, an overview of Nevada data related to individuals 65 years of age and older returning to the workforce. Unfortunately, Mr. Schmidt is not going to be able to present today, so we are going to move over to agenda item number 8, and that's an overview of healthcare concerns and access to healthcare for senior citizens in Nevada. Our presenter is Mr. Peter Reed, PhD, MPH, Director of Stanford Center for Aging from the University of Nevada, Reno. He's reporting to us from I believe, Carson City. Are you there?
I sure am, here in Carson. Hello.
Well, we're welcome and glad to have you. You may commence.
Very good. Bringing up my slides here. Okay, so thank you very much for inviting me to speak to you today about aging and quality of life and healthcare in Nevada. For the record, my name is Peter Reed, R-E-E-D, and as was mentioned, I serve as the director of the Stanford Center for Aging at the University of Nevada, Reno School of Medicine, and also serve as a professor of public health in the School of Public Health. And so today I'm going to be talking about elders and aging and kind of the landscape of aging and healthcare access and needs across the state of Nevada. And so what I'd like to start with really is what I consider to be an aspirational goal. This is, if you will, my vision for what the future can hold. And I put this statement right up front because I think it's a good way to ground ourselves in some common goals or some shared goals. So I believe that Nevada's elders will live well despite physical and cognitive changes when they receive appropriate support that matches their needs and retained abilities and preserves their autonomy and personhood. So what do I mean by that? Well, as you're going to see in a minute, there is a high burden of chronic disease among older adults, really everywhere, not just here in Nevada, but certainly also here in Nevada. And whether those chronic diseases are related to physical or potentially cognitive limitations, that can create challenges for people in their independence in everyday life. However, those challenges can be overcome if we have the right network of community-based supports and services, the proper access to health care, and if we can diminish ageism in our society in a way that respects and promotes the independence and well-being and personhood of all older adults. And so that's why I say that despite physical and cognitive changes that may come along with the aging process, with the right supports in place, we can achieve positive outcomes for all people. So when I talk about quality of life, I want to just touch on what I mean by that. So certainly this could be considered to be a subjective concept. So quality of life is really different for each one of us, and you can think of it on a variety of different dimensions. And so, for example, if you ask me, well, what contributes to me fulfilling a high quality of life, then I would probably start to talk about music and being able to listen to music and play music and go to see live music, and all these things are really important to me. So it's important to recognize that while there is a subjective component to quality of life, it does, again, function across different dimensions. And so from my role as a public health gerontologist at the university, I really think about health-related quality of life. Right? So these are not the things that I may enjoy that bring meaning and purpose into my everyday life, but these are the elements of my health that also can contribute to quality of life. And there are a variety of facets to health-related quality of life that I think are relevant. So I think about being able to promote physical health, mental and emotional health, cognitive health, social health, spiritual health, environmental health, and financial health. And all of those different dimensions of quality of life play a role in someone's lived experience every day and the extent to which they can live the life that they choose every day until the end of their life. Now, what's interesting about these is that these dimensions of health-related quality of life really can be diminished. So if someone develops chronic conditions such as diabetes, hypertension, high cholesterol, arthritis, then it can have an impact on their functioning and their independence. And so as people develop certain conditions, these elements of health-related quality of life can decline. And what I like to say is that while these are declining because of those conditions, if we give people the right access to the right supports, services, and healthcare, then we can minimize that decline and minimize that impact. Now, on the flip side, you'll also hear me talk frequently about well-being. And I think of well-being as being a bit more of a global concept. I think of well-being as really the path to a life worth living. And this is a framework or a definition that was developed by an organization that I work with called the Eden Alternative International. And as I said, they talk about well-being as a path to the life worth living. And what's interesting about these dimensions of well-being is that these do not have to decline with physical or cognitive limitations related to chronic diseases. So these are elements that really kind of transcend our health, but contribute to our overall lived experience every day. Things such as identity, or being known to others, and having personhood and individuality, growth or development, enrichment, expanding and evolving, learning new things, autonomy, self-determination, and freedom, security or freedom from doubt, or anxiety and fear, connectedness, which is a social connection, feeling a sense of belonging and being connected to others as well as time and place, having meaning in everyday life, and then also joy. And when I think about sort of the fundamentals of our independence, and I know that the United States and certainly Nevada, we're really committed to being independent, right? We're an independent-minded state. But what's interesting is that really we are all interdependent. We rely on others, and we rely on the connections that we have to help to build our well-being and our meaning and our purpose and our sense of identity. But even going back, when I think about kind of that principle of promoting life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, I see that in these dimensions of well-being. I think that life is about growth and development. I think that liberty is about autonomy and self-determination, and happiness is about joy. And so really, when we think about those basic fundamental freedoms and fundamental rights that all people should enjoy, these dimensions of well-being give us some insight into how to define that, and then give us opportunities to try to develop the services and supports necessary to help to promote it despite the chronic conditions that someone may be experiencing. So this would not be a presentation on aging if I didn't talk a little bit about the demographics and the aging of the population. But given that this is the silver-haired legislative forum, I suspect you see these data a lot, and maybe not these exact graphs, but I'm certain you're familiar. We live in a very rapidly aging country, a very rapidly aging state. These graphs actually, they're tiny here on my screen, but if I look correctly, it looks like within the next 10 years, by 2034, we're actually going to see that crossover, where for the first time in history, we have a higher percent of people over the age of 65 than we do children under the age of 18. So I call this a demographic transition that we're experiencing as we start to see a higher percentage of our population be older adults relative to the rest of the population. And so if you think back to my aspiration, this idea that all elders can live well despite physical and cognitive conditions, it's important to understand why there is a need for support and that interdependence that I talked about to help to promote quality of life and well-being. So I want to talk a bit about some of the conditions that are very common. And there's a phrase that we use in clinical geriatrics called geriatric syndromes. And those geriatric syndromes are things that are complex. So they often are referring to multiple different factors playing a role in someone's health. And they require a variety of different disciplines to be able to understand and support people who are experiencing these. So some of the key syndromes that I'm most familiar with the work I do at the Sanford Center for Aging, are frailty and falls. So as people age, they may start to experience bone loss or osteoporosis, or perhaps muscle loss or sarcopenia, and this might result in them being more frail, more brittle. It might also affect their mobility and their ability to ambulate safely and therefore increase their risk of falls. And so this is something that we really want to be able to pay attention to. Also, cognitive health or dementia, and dementia being an umbrella term for any of the symptoms related to memory loss, personality changes that may come along with a variety of different causes, such as Alzheimer's disease or frontotemporal dementia, vascular dementia, but it's essentially impacting people's cognition. Polypharmacy. This is a real challenge where people are taking too many medications. We offer a program at the Sanford Center for Aging called Medication Therapy Management, where we review the medications that someone is taking relative to their health conditions and then provide guidance and recommendations to the person as well as their primary care provider on what they can do to find that optimal mix. And we had a client one time in our MTM program that was on 42 different prescription drugs prescribed by 7 different physicians. And to think about how you would manage that, it's like, oh, well, take this one in the morning and this one at night and this one with food and this one on an empty stomach and, you know, take this one after you light a candle. I mean, it just gets extremely complicated. And, you know, so the goal in our program really is to reduce the number of medications that people are taking because there can be a lot of negative consequences from the interactions between those. The other geriatric syndrome that we really look at is multiple chronic conditions or multiple comorbidities, as we refer to them. And I've mentioned these chronic conditions previously, but it's common for people to be experiencing numerous conditions at the same time. So someone may be experiencing obesity, diabetes, hypertension, and arthritis all with one person. And so it's the intersection of those conditions and understanding how, you know, back to that concept of polypharmacy, that if I prescribe one drug for this condition, it may have an impact on that other condition, or it may result in the need for a drug for that other condition that interacts with the drug from the first condition. So it just gets really complex. And that's where geriatrics, specialty care, and healthcare providers who are trained to understand older adults and the complexities of these geriatric syndromes become really important. So what we promote through training programs, and we do this here at UNR and also our colleagues at UNLV, have training programs for primary care providers to help them understand how to best support older adults. And we teach them a framework called the 4 M's of an age-friendly health system, which essentially means that in any interaction with an older adult, any healthcare provider should be first considering what matters most to the person. What are their preferences? What are they interested in? You know, you see it all the time where a provider gives someone instruction on something they need to do for their condition or for their health, and then that person doesn't follow through with it, and the provider just calls them non-compliant. Well, I may be a little radical here, but I don't believe there are any non-compliant patients. I think there are just providers who didn't get to understand that patient's preferences and develop a plan that that person's likely to follow through on. So it really becomes about delivering patient-centered or person-centered care that is reflective of the priorities of the individual. Second, we ask them to be sure they're looking at medications. I already talked about polypharmacy. This is a really important area to assess for any individual. Mentation relates to the mind, so looking at dementia, delirium, depression, what are the things that are happening there? And then again, mobility. So it's taking those geriatric syndromes from the top and then putting it into a framework that we can use to educate providers to say, you need to be thinking about these 4 M's, what matters most, medications, mentation, and mobility in any interaction with an older patient. Coming back to this idea of chronic disease, I did want to just share some of these data that are available. So this is information from the National Council on Aging. And what's really interesting to note here, you can look at the specific conditions. These are the top 10 chronic conditions among adults ages 65 and older. But what's fascinating to me is the cumulative impact of those. So 80%. According to this estimate, 80% of people over the age of 65 are living with at least one chronic condition. And over 2/3, 68%, are living with 2 or more chronic conditions. I mentioned earlier, it's very common for people to have multiple chronic conditions. And so then the impact of these conditions are on activities of daily living. So again, being the silver-haired legislature, you all are probably very familiar with the term of ADLs, or activities of daily living. But this is essentially people's independence. And that independence can be compromised when they are living with multiple chronic conditions. So the ability for them to take care of themselves in everyday life is diminished, and therefore they need support, and they need the right kinds of family support, the right kinds of community aging services, as well as healthcare services to help to minimize the decline in activities of daily living and promote their independence. So what is needed from your perspective as policymakers? What's needed to help to promote quality of life and well-being for Nevada's elders? I really believe we need a significant infusion of resources into the availability of community-based supports and services. So when I'm thinking about community-based supports and services, what am I referring to? I'm thinking about our senior centers. I'm thinking about all of the nonprofit community organizations that are often funded by the Nevada Aging Disability Services Division, or perhaps the Nevada Division of Public and Behavioral Health, that are giving them funding from, yes, some Older Americans Act dollars, but also from the state to be able to provide services in our communities that help to promote independence of elders. So things such as transportation programs and companionship programs and caregiver resources and adult day resources. These are things that are necessary to help to give people that boost that I talked about earlier, to give people the support they need to live well despite the conditions that they may be experiencing. Similarly, we need increased access to quality geriatrics capable health care. So we live in a state that has a very low number of geriatricians. We're often referred to as a neurology desert. So when it comes to getting an accurate diagnosis of a cognitive impairment, that can be extremely challenging. We also have a low ratio of primary care providers relative to the larger population. And so increasing the healthcare resources that are available is important. But I would argue also that ensuring that the healthcare providers who are here in the state have the right education and training to be able to best support older adults is an important component as well. People also need access to respectful and supportive long-term care. And here I'm talking about both skilled nursing and assisted living communities, as well as independent living or perhaps adult day communities. And so ensuring that those are widely available and that the model of care that's being delivered within those is developed around the best principles for supporting the individuals in retaining the freedoms and the rights that they've come to expect as human beings in our society is really important. Moving into a long-term care community should not mean that you're having your autonomy taken away. It should not mean that you're having your self-determination or your opportunity to engage in the activities that you enjoy taken away. People should retain those freedoms. And again, it comes back to that idea of really promoting patient or person-centered care. Also, respecting human and legal rights, particularly around autonomy and self-determination. I think this is something that's often compromised in our society because of how ageist our culture is. So we live in a very youth-oriented society, and I'm apt to say that youth and beauty are the things that our culture sort of puts forward as the standards that we should all strive for. But at least in my experience, I would say that not all young people are beautiful. And that it really should be much more about enabling all people to live well despite their age and diminishing any potential discrimination that may come as a result of the group that someone is a part of. Finally, I want to just touch on the need for continued social engagement and meaning and purpose. So when you wrap all these things together, people need to be connected to others because that's an opportunity to receive and to give support and to continue making meaningful contributions. People need to have the ability to make decisions for themselves in their everyday life. And if they have compromised cognitive function, then there's ways to support them in still being engaged in decisions that affect their own life. People need access to long-term care, access to health care, and they need community-based supports and services available to help them live well. So let's talk a bit about the data in Nevada. Again, I know you're probably very familiar with this. The most recent data that I've seen, and this comes from the elders count that was put out by the Nevada Aging Disability Services Division. In 2021, about 17% of our population is over the age of 65, and we expect that to increase to 20% within the next 5 years. And Interestingly, between 2008 and 2018, Nevada was the second or third fastest aging state in the country. So we're one of only 3 states with an increase of over 57% in the population of people ages 65 and older during that time frame. So yes, the country's aging, but Nevada is aging much more rapidly, and that really speaks to the importance of us developing those resources that I mentioned on the previous slide. The other thing I want to mention is that we have a highly diverse population of elders. Now, because of that ageism that I mentioned earlier, there's this tendency to homogenize older adults, and that is a fallacy, right? So every dimension of the human experience that you can conceive of is reflected in the population of people over the age of 65. So if you want to talk about racial diversity, you want to talk about diversity economically, you want to talk about diversity in terms of sexual orientation or sexual preferences, all of these facets are reflected among elders. And so you have some elders who can just pay out of pocket for everything that they need because they're perfectly capable and have very high means. And then you have a larger group of elders who really do not have the financial resources in today's extremely expensive environment to be able to meet their own needs independently. And so it's important to always recognize that heterogeneity of the diverse elders across our state. I showed you the national data on chronic conditions, and I want to just share a little bit from Nevada as well. And so you can see here, obesity, over 40%, diabetes, a quarter of folks. We have about a 10% dementia. In terms of subjective cognitive decline, which is people who say they themselves are experiencing memory challenges, we're at 29%, which is the highest in the US, which is really interesting. And then these are the final bullet here. These are some data from the Sanford Center for Aging. So we offer a geriatric specialty care center in partnership with Renown Health, where we see patients and we do a comprehensive interdisciplinary geriatric specialty assessment. And among almost 750 patients that we saw there, we had an average of 3 chronic conditions, the highest of those being high blood pressure, high cholesterol, arthritis, depression, GI disorders, diabetes, cancer, dementia, and then falls. 38% of people falling in the 6 months prior. And so you can see that these chronic conditions that I talked about earlier that have a direct impact on people's activities of daily living are highly prevalent in the state of Nevada. So what's the workforce available to meet those needs? I've already touched on this previously, but we have about 57 geriatricians in this state, which is 1 for every almost 12,000 people over the age of 60. So it's woefully inadequate. There's only 1 geriatrician that I'm aware of practicing in Nevada's rural counties. So that goes back to that heterogeneity that I talked about and kind of that rural-urban divide in terms of access. And one key point here, though, is that while we do have very limited geriatric specialty providers, both on the physician and the APRN side, I don't think that we can ever overcome that barrier, right? I don't think that we're suddenly going to start training a bunch of geriatric specialists and get to a point where all elders have access to specialty care. What I think is important is that we acknowledge that and put energy into ensuring that all healthcare providers, no matter their discipline, particularly all primary care providers, have expertise in supporting elders to a certain level of competence and then understand their own limits and when to refer people to the geriatric specialists that are available. But the bottom line is that all healthcare providers need geriatrics training to achieve that basic level of competence. And it's very limited right now. That's right. So again, circling back to kind of my key recommendations, I really suggest increasing investments in community-based aging supports and services, both in terms of infrastructure and capacity. The more resources we have in our communities that are available to help to support people's quality of life and well-being and promote their independence, the better the opportunity will be for elders to live well. Again, we also need support for training, education, and workforce development. So this is looking at graduate medical education and ensuring that we have advanced providers in specific disciplines, ensuring then also that all healthcare students, all emerging healthcare professionals have some basics in geriatrics and neurology. And here I'm talking about students in medicine, nursing, social work, public health, psychology, as well as other health professions, physician assistants, for example. All these providers that are coming out of the health profession schools in our state need to have some element of geriatrics and neurology included in their curriculum so that they can have that basic level of competence. And then also thinking about how to develop the geriatrics workforce by ensuring that all providers are receiving training on those 4 M's of an age-friendly health system that I mentioned previously. I do want to provide a couple of points specifically related to dementia. So in full disclosure, I'm the past chair of the Nevada Task Force on Alzheimer's Disease. In my term as chair, which was the recent term, we released the 2023-24 state plan on Alzheimer's disease. And there are 4 recommendations there that I want to highlight because these are things that directly relate to potential policy change. And so the first actually was Senate Bill 297 in the last session. And the recommendation is called Outreach to Primary Care Providers. And really the focus on that one and the bill that came out of it was to launch an initiative called Nevada Memory Net. And this is modeled after a program in Georgia, the state of Georgia, where their state provides $8 million a year as a line item in their state budget to ensure that all elders have access to comprehensive dementia assessments. And so we developed a plan to be able to do something on a much smaller scale, not asking for $8 million a year, but on a smaller scale to be able to ensure that there is education and training, giving primary care providers the tools to make an effective cognitive screen. And then if that's positive, then they refer them to a comprehensive diagnostic workup so an accurate diagnosis can be made. The second element is called Dementia Care Specialists Program. Again, this was a bill in the last legislative session, AB 167. And I should have mentioned neither of these bills passed, by the way. So these are all things that could potentially come forward again. And with the Dementia Care Specialist Program, the idea there is to embed a care manager, essentially with expertise in dementia in each county, so that when someone comes forward who's experiencing dementia, this person can help them navigate the system of community-based supports and services that are available to them and ensure that they get connected. Fortunately, while the bill did not pass, the State Aging Disability Services Division was the recipient of a federal grant, a 3-year federal grant to launch a pilot of this program. So there is work already happening to test this model of embedding dementia specialists within the county to help with care navigation. And then the final recommendation from the Nevada State Plan on Alzheimer's I'll draw your attention to is recommendation number 17, called Choice in Care and Care Settings. And I provided the state plan as a handout for you today, and I really commend you to read particularly this recommendation, number 17, because it does an outstanding job of laying out the federal law that relates to people having the opportunity to live in the least restrictive environment and having the right to decide for themselves where they're going to live. And this has particular relevance for people living with dementia who are in locked, segregated memory care units. There are a lot of people in segregated memory care units today who did not choose to be there themselves. And if you look at the law as it's outlined in recommendation number 17, you'll see that essentially there are only 2 people that can decide to enter a locked memory care unit, and that is the person themselves living with dementia or a court-appointed guardian. So if the person has not gone through a full guardianship process, no one else, not their power of attorney, their family member, or even their physician, can order them to be locked into a memory care unit against their will. And this is common practice nationwide, and it's very problematic. And so in that recommendation, we're really trying to work with the state ombudsman's office as well as the state HCQC. Let's see, that's the Healthcare Quality group, and really helping them to look at what can be done to ensure due process. So that if someone is choosing to live there, that's great. But if someone prefers not to live in a segregated, locked unit, then they do not do so. So those are 3 areas, again, specifically focused on dementia that I encourage you to take a look at in that state plan on Alzheimer's disease. And with that, I will share my references with you so you can see where I sourced the data that I've presented to you today. And I would be happy to answer any questions or have any discussion you'd like to have.
Dr. Reed, thank you so much for your presentation today. Forum members, do you have any questions? Mr. Slaughter.
Frank Slaughter, Senate District 11. For the past 7 years, I've been volunteering work with folks with Parkinson's disease as a trainer. I was a boxer, and I also used to be a coach of UNLV boxing years ago. And one thing I'm trying to introduce is the fact that there's a lot of people that come to these programs that have disposable income. And I noticed, and don't get me wrong, I love these people to death. I noticed I haven't had any African Americans or really Hispanics coming there. And one of the reasons why is because, it's north of $100 a month to go to these programs. I do because of love of labor, and I do for free, and I'll be there every week for the past 7 years. And I'm trying to introduce a bill, BDR, that it targets underserved people in the state of Nevada with neurological degenerative diseases. I noticed that SB 390 was passed last year, which dealt with the registration of people with neurological diseases in the state of Nevada. I would like to augment that with how do we fund people that can't go to these programs, because we know they work. Movement works when you have a neurological degenerative disease. And just like you were saying, you have to have people with expertise in those areas in order to implement that. And so I guess kind of my question is, what is the state doing to identify there's a registration, but also find programs, not just my program, there's other programs that deal with people with these afflictions, like Dancing with Parkinson's. They have other programs, I think, board games or chess games. Mine deals with movement. If there's anything else in the state, in the funding, how do we get this implemented? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for that question and for sharing your experience with the program that you referenced. I think there are 2 levels to your question, and the first is about how do we connect people with programs, and then the second is really about access, particularly where there's a cost associated with those programs. So on the first element of really connecting people, I think there are several different things that we need to invest in, and one is the marketing, outreach, and really resources specifically intended to help to raise awareness of the availability of programs. I've been involved in the field of aging services my entire adult life, and I can tell you I hear often, there are just no programs or services available for us. And it always triggers something for me, because I think to myself, there actually are a lot of programs that are available, but folks don't know about them. And so raising awareness of the availability of these resources, I think, is really critical. Also, in terms of connecting people with programs, the kinds of things that I mentioned earlier, that dementia care specialist position embedded within counties to help to identify the resources that somebody needs and then do a warm handoff to connect them with those resources, I think is an important step. There are other programs that exist right now, such as the Nevada Care Connections and Nevada 211, where they have specialists with access to a database of all the different community programs and resources. But again, people have to know that that is available to them in order to reach out and to seek those kinds of services. So I think it's raising awareness and then also having people, specialists who are informed about everything that's available within a given community, prepared to be able to help individuals who are in need navigate those services. Now, in terms of the access and cost component, I will tell you that it's challenging. Now, maybe I'm an idealist, right? In my mind, these programs should be available for free. And then people who do have means, who would have otherwise been able to pay out of pocket, could be asked to donate to help to support those programs. But if there's a fee associated with it, then that immediately gets us into potential inequity in terms of access. And I think that's not something that we want to see. So for example, at the Sanford Center for Aging, all of the programs and services that we offer, with one exception, are funded by grants that we receive either from the state in the Aging Disability Services Division, Division of Public and Behavioral Health, or from federal grant sources. And because we receive grant dollars to be able to deliver these programs, we're able to make those programs free to anyone who would like to participate. The one exception is our program that's called OLLI, or the Osher Lifelong Learning Institute, and there is an annual membership fee for participating in that program. But for folks who cannot afford that fee, we've been able to receive donations from those who are able to be able to provide scholarships. And so I think that if you follow that same approach and that same model, then it requires investments by the state in the Aging Disability Services Division and in the Division of Public and Behavioral Health for them to increase the flow of funding into local community-based organizations that are delivering these services and doing so in a way that enables them to deliver those services for free to anyone who's in need. Again, am I an idealist? Perhaps, but this seems like, at least from my perspective as a public health gerontologist, a really essential way to build the necessary infrastructure to ensure equitable access for all elders, given the heterogeneity of the population. And it requires, again, I'm just following up, I'll just keep going. It requires a decision, right, to make that investment.
Yes, and to follow up with that as well, since I've been working with this for the last several years, I noticed there were 2 areas in Las Vegas that offered this particular program that I'm with. And one was in Henderson, and the other one is, I think, North Las Vegas. The other thing is to find these places in areas where they may live, like maybe on the west side of the town or some east side of town, where the people, usually they get out of, they retire and they were housekeepers, they were food service workers, and they might not have the transportation or the money. So this is my goal. And being idealistic, just like you, I think we can make this happen. And I think we can spread out the wealth amongst the state of Nevada to get people underserved in these programs, because I know they work. I see they work. There's community, there's joy, there's everything involved as far as managing your affliction in these programs. When people come together, they talk about the different medications, talk about the different doctors. They feel like they're not alone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Slaughter. Ms. Daniels, you had a question?
Yes. Actually, it's probably more of a comment. So with the last thing that you mentioned of not being put in a facility if you don't want to, my husband is 62 with severe Alzheimer's, and I could no longer take care of him because I'm 72. And he did not fight me on going. I didn't let him know in advance that he was going, but he's been very happy, and I'm glad I didn't have to have his permission. So that's just my comment.
Thank you so much, Ms. Daniels. Are there any other questions? Yes.
Just
Mr. Marchant, are you?
Just a point of personal privilege. I'm being one of the elder population in the state. I prefer to be called among the long living rather than the other things. If you could work that into your rap, I'd appreciate that.
I will certainly do my best. Language is important, right? And that's something that I know very well.
Thank you. I have a question. I would like to say, Mr. Reed, that I looked at the Alzheimer's report, and I did a really intense review of your material, and I was concerned about an issue. While there has been considerable and welcome attention in the area of dementia dementia over recent years, the mental health of people in later life, and specifically the complex relationship between dementia and mental health problems is a neglected area in public discourse, policy, and service provisions. In older adults who experience intellectual decline, it's sometimes difficult to tell whether the cause is dementia or depression. Both disorders are common in later years, and each can lead to the other. The question for me is why your extremely comprehensive report never mentions or addresses anything that has to do with mental health.
That's a very good question, and thank you very much for that question. So I think I'd answer that in a couple of ways. So first of all, I agree with you that mental health and aging is an incredibly important area that deserves specific attention and specific resources, and that mental health conditions do intersect with cognitive health conditions and dementia in a variety of different ways. And so when I think about, from a healthcare perspective, how we might address the intersection between these, it reinforces for me the importance of ensuring a comprehensive and accurate diagnosis. And frankly, that cannot be done in a 15-minute primary care visit with a cognitive screening tool. There needs to be a referral to a neurologist, a neuropsychologist, geriatrician, or geriatric psychiatrist who can do the full comprehensive workup that's necessary to determine, is this depression that may be manifesting itself in terms of cognitive issues, or is this Alzheimer's disease, and there may be someone who's experiencing depression as a result of their memory changes, right? So it really is a bidirectional relationship that requires deep, sophisticated assessment to be able to determine. Now, why is mental health not specifically called out in the state plan on Alzheimer's disease? That's a great question. I think that largely it's because the task force on Alzheimer's disease is specifically charged with looking at issues related to cognitive health and dementia. And there has been a longstanding misunderstanding and a confusion about the differences between mental health and cognitive health. And so at least, similar to the way that you all are convened and how you determine the topics that you're going to tackle as a group, the Task Force on Alzheimer's Disease has members who are appointed by the Director of Health and Human Services. And so they bring their own ideas and priorities forward to focus on. I will say that we're currently working on drafting. I'm no longer the chair, but I'm still on the task force. We're currently working on drafting our new 2-year state plan, and this is a topic that I certainly will raise with the task force to be sure that we're looking at that intersection between cognitive and mental health and not neglecting that as an important interrelated area. Thank you.
Thank you. My question really was one that I well thought out, simply because we have a lot of people that are suffering from depression, but they are diagnosed with dementia. And I think that we need to look carefully at the depression, because that's something that we can fix, and there are cures for that. If we're going to dementia and moving to Alzheimer's, that is not something that we can immediately fix or that we have a cure for. So I don't want seniors who are in facilities to think that the only answer is that they have dementia just because they're being forgetful and missing out on some things. We're not giving them the services that they are entitled to. Thank you so much. I appreciate your presentation.
Thank you. Okay, well, again, thank you all so very much for the opportunity to present today. And if there's any further follow-up, please let me know. Oh, okay.
We have one more question.
Great.
I believe Ms. Borgiorno has a question for you.
Joanne Bongiorno, District 10. Can you tell me what the difference is in cost, too, between what we call independent living and, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Independent living and what we call assisted living, and the cost between those two facilities?
Certainly. So I will tell you, I'm not sure that I have up-to-date information on the average cost of independent living versus assisted living, and I think there are a variety of factors that determine that. But in general, independent living should be less expensive on a monthly basis than assisted living, with the difference being in independent living, there's an expectation that someone is able to largely fulfill their own activities of daily living. And they're just receiving assistance, perhaps with some meals in a common area with other residents, perhaps some transportation kinds of services, some housekeeping kinds of services that are available, but they're largely living independently. Versus in assisted living, where someone is experiencing limitations in their activities of daily living, their ability to dress themselves, to take care of their own personal hygiene, and therefore there are staff within those communities that are able to provide them with day-to-day support for fulfilling those activities of daily living. Now, I'll take your question one level further, which is to draw a distinction then between that assisted living community that's enabling or supporting people with their activities of daily living to a skilled nursing home where there are skilled nursing services available for helping to provide treatment for certain medical conditions on an ongoing basis, in addition to providing support for activities of daily living. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, it does. But in turn, I'm understanding something, that some of these facilities, as far as having attendants or caregivers on premise, I've heard that you can have as many as 200 patients, and in the evenings maybe only 2 that will attendees for that amount of people. Is that true?
You know, again, I'm not exactly sure what the regulations state in terms of the ratios of staff to residents at the different levels of care. What I can say is that there are specifically trained staff within each of those different types of long-term care. And so, for example, in an assisted living community, you would have a direct care worker or a personal care attendant who's someone who's assisting with activities of daily living, whereas in a nursing home, you would have a certified nursing assistant who's supporting kind of the medical treatment that the person is receiving within that community under the guidance of a registered nurse or a director of nursing. And so there are a variety of different disciplines that provide care within these contexts. And I would have to get back to you to look specifically at what Nevada's regulations are related to the staff to resident ratio in those different types of care.
There's one other thing then. My understanding is that perhaps, let's say someone goes to a doctor because they have a cognitive, or they're forgetting. That doctor is required, is it not true, to report to the state that individual's condition, and then they send out a so-called social worker or caseworker that evaluates that person in their home, and then they go back and report it. Correct? They're required to do that.
If there's required reporting of diagnoses that triggers a case manager being assigned to assess the individual's living situation, that's news to me. I would have to look into that. That sounds like that's something I would have a hard time believing, but I'm not going to say it's not true.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mordrono. Dr. Reed, we really have enjoyed your presentation, and we look forward to hearing from you in the future. If there are no other questions, we will move now to the next agenda item. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Agenda item 9, overview of the geriatric healthcare workforce trends and policy initiatives. We have the pleasure of speaking with Dr. John Parkham. Dr. Packham, are you here?
I am here. Can you see my slide deck?
A little. It's not as clear. Can you make it a little larger if possible?
I'm afraid that's as large as I can make it.
Well, we have the packet, so you can go for it. Thank you so much.
All right, well, I'll speak from this. Thank you for the
Oh,
opportunity.
that's perfect.
Okay, very good. Thanks for the opportunity to join you. My name is John Packham. I'm Associate Dean in the Office of Statewide Initiatives at UNR Med up here in Reno, and also co-director of the Nevada Health Workforce Research Center. A lot of what I'm going to present is going to build on and complement what Peter and some of the previous speakers have touched on, but I'll largely be focusing on the healthcare workforce and the implications that has for geriatric care in Nevada. Some of the information that I'm presenting will come from resources that you can find online. I'm hoping that committee staff shared with you hard copies of a couple of reports from our office, including our biennial Nevada Rural and Frontier Health Data Book, as well as a healthcare careers manual. That career manual is now in its 7th edition, and it has been shared with students, principals, guidance counselors, and so forth in all 17 of Nevada's counties, really just to highlight the range, variety, and number of good paying jobs in healthcare and where to go for the training for those jobs. I hope you'll have an opportunity to peruse both of those at your leisure. What I wanted to begin with, and again, kind of dovetailing nicely with Peter's presentation, is talking just a bit about access to care and the role health workforce and health workforce development plays in either enhancing access to care or impeding it. There's both good stories and bad stories along those fronts. When I teach health policy up here at UNR, and I'm talking about access to care, I like to begin by just simply saying that access to care is not complicated. It essentially means receiving healthcare services or products, such as a pharmaceutical product or a medical device, when they are needed. And when we think about what policy measures we can take as a state or a nation for that matter, they typically fall into two categories. One, addressing financial barriers. The other, a broader, wider range of what I would consider non-financial barriers to care. At the top of the list is health insurance coverage. It is hard to underestimate the absolute importance of insurance coverage in improving access to care. But I would argue or qualify that by saying that all of us, including seniors, face substantial financial barriers in the form of rising out-of-pocket expenses, cost-sharing requirements, whether you're on Medicare or a private plan such as myself, and just again, the overall affordability of medical services. Non-financial barriers, particularly for those living and working in rural areas of the state, include transportation. Specialists that Peter alluded to that are necessary for optimum care for the elderly population or older population in the state is a formidable challenge when it requires a 180-mile drive from Winnemucca to Reno or farther to Las Vegas and so forth. There's a lot that goes into that. I'll illustrate with a couple of examples, but one of my big concerns is that when we think about access barriers for seniors, I would like to point out Medicare, of course, has been a game changer for the past 50 years, but there is inadequate insurance coverage for a lot of what seniors need. Medicare typically doesn't cover oral health care, vision, and hearing services. There's also the problem of rising out-of-pocket expenses. I'm working on a report with the Kaiser Family Foundation in Washington, D.C. on the problem that I'm seeing, not just with the senior population, but with Nevadans of all income levels, is that if you've got a cost-sharing requirement on an inpatient stay or an outpatient procedure, or even an emergency department to visit, that is often competing with housing costs, food costs, transportation needs and so forth that put a real pinch on an individual's ability to access care, even if they are insured, as is the case with the Medicare population. But I'm going to highlight for the conversation today what workforce shortages mean for access to care, because I think that we've made important strides or gains in this state over the past decade through the Affordable Care Act. We have cut our uninsured population in half. There's still a lot of unfinished business or work to do on that regard. But given that positive trend, we still face some pretty formidable workforce barriers, and I will get to those. This is a slide that I'm hopefully summarizing kind of what I consider to be the big drivers of demand for healthcare services. At the top of the list are some demographic factors. I like to highlight population growth because what we're seeing in Nevada in the post-pandemic period is population growth starting to drive additional demand for healthcare in our state. In Clark County alone, you're seeing 3,000 to 4,000 new residents enter your county looking for housing and coming here largely for employment opportunities. That's putting a significant demand on for healthcare. And so that my concern is that you see that population growth increasing. We're not seeing the workforce grow quite as fast. So in some respects, we're treading water against that demographic trend. Other factors that I've listed here, I'm not going to go through all of them. Economic growth and diversification is playing a role, as is continued gains in health insurance coverage and some of the other trends that I've listed here. Bottom line is there is steady growth in demand for healthcare, and that's putting strains again on a workforce that is already characterized by shortages in many important areas. The good news is what we've seen across most health professions, including medicine, nursing, behavioral health, and so forth, is a steady growth in licensees. Excuse me. However, again, qualifying that when we adjust for population growth, in some of those areas, we're seeing just kind of a treading water in terms of the state's workforce. I will highlight in a moment some important workforce shortages we face, but also would want to point out a couple of things, and that is we have an aging health workforce serving an aging population. The average age of a physician in the state is pushing the age of 55, ditto with nursing. And so one of my concerns is that every time we see the economy improve, we see an exodus of individuals from the workforce, and that includes the health workforce as retirement portfolios improve and people are in a position to retire. I'm also going to highlight what I refer to as the geographic maldistribution of the workforce. Some folks would argue, and I disagree with them, that we have plenty of physicians or plenty of nurses, and that the problem is that there needs to be a redistribution or some movement of providers from areas facing shortages to those without shortages. In this slide and in your handout are 3 slides on primary care workforce shortages, and I'll follow that with dental and mental health in a moment. But in this chart, these are federally designated primary care shortage areas. That is individual areas of the state that lack primary care physicians, be they internists or generalists, as well as family medicine docs and geriatricians. The darker the shade, the more severe the shortage area. But a couple of things stand out, and that is there are few parts of Nevada that are untouched by primary care shortages. And so while the problems may be acute in rural areas of the state, Washoe County and Clark County, the big urban centers of the state continue to face shortage areas. And by my office's estimate, a little over 2/3 of the state's population reside in a primary care shortage area. Very similar story with oral health. Again, the darker the shade, the more severe the shortage area, and essentially 3 in 5 Nevadans live in a dental shortage area. The one I think that's at or at the top of the list of concerns for most policymakers in the state is the severity of our mental health shortage area. And again, all 14 rural and frontier counties in the state are mental health professional shortage areas. And again, I would point out urban areas are severely impacted by psychiatry, clinical psychology shortages as well. Kind of the last thing that I would highlight with respect to workforce shortages is my concern that the state continues to face a shortage of registered nurses, whether they're at the bedside or in outpatient clinic settings, nursing homes, and the like. And what I've done recently is it's kind of hard to translate what being 49th or 50th in the country with respect to number of nurses per capita, and we've devised a way of reframing that so that if you take the number of RNs per capita in Nevada and compare that with the national average or the national per capita average, how many additional nurses or health professionals would it take to bring Nevada up to that? And the numbers I've got listed here are staggering. Just to reach that national per capita average, that is to move Nevada from 48th or 49th to the middle of the pack, we need 3,100 additional registered nurses. We need almost as many more licensed practical nurses, certified nursing assistants, a very integral part of nursing home care in this state. We'd need over 5,000. And again, it's a way of saying that when we think about access, being that low on those per capita averages means that regardless of insurance coverage, folks are going to face barriers accessing care if there are simply not enough providers available. Now, what do we do about these shortages and workforce issues? I liked, for the sake of simplicity, to say that we have 3 general sets of solutions, and I've listed them here. First and foremost, the way we keep and retain physicians, nurses, and other health professionals in state is simply to increase the number and diversity of health program graduates. We're typically have historically been late to the game. It was early 2000s when we built our first dental school. Las Vegas didn't have its own allopathic school of medicine until 5 or 6 years ago, and ditto with most areas. Now, I would argue it's never too late to begin addressing those shortages because we pay for it anyway. If we're recruiting physicians or paying traveling nurses from out of the state to come practice here, that comes with a heavy price tag. And again, there's no substitute for growing your own. There's a wonderful Chinese proverb I like to use in this context, and that is the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The second best time is right now. So never too late to address that. I'm going to highlight and illustrate some examples of stretching the workforce in a moment, and then provide a few examples of that third category, which are really not going to move the needle on workforce. Again, growing our own will be at the top of the list. I'm not going to explain everything on this list. I've included in the slide deck in your packet, and happy to address any questions you might have. But each one of the bullets here that are listed on this slide refer to expanding the capacity of the state's higher education system and program partners to increase the number of physicians, nurses, lab techs, radiology techs, and so forth. I've also included on this list a couple of ways that we seal the deal or ensure that those we grow remain in Nevada, and would just highlight loan repayment and forgiveness programs. The state treasurer introduced and the governor signed a very important bill in the last session that expanded the number of dollars into the millions available to health professionals who agree to practice in Nevada and serve in a medically underserved area with loan forgiveness up to $120,000 per provider in some instances. So we know what works in growing our workforce, and we also have some additional weapons in our arsenal to keep them here. Loan repayment or forgiveness is at the top of the list. The second category, equally important in many ways, are efforts. We can stretch the existing workforce or make the most or improve the efficiency and effectiveness of the workforce that already gets here. Peter mentioned a great one, and that is expanding geriatric training for those physicians and nurses and other health professionals that already work here. It's not necessarily creating a new health professional, it's just expanding their ability to practice at the top of their scope and address specific population needs. I'm gonna illustrate with these in a moment. The final category are a number of measures. We saw a lot of these put into place during the pandemic. When we were short, like many parts of the country, we saw an explosion of use and traveling or contract nurses from other states, severely raised the price tag of healthcare in this state and elsewhere. But most of the items on this list, as I noted earlier, and happy to explain in greater detail later, are not going to move the needle on that workforce. So I wanted to mention a couple of strategies that stretch the workforce category. Full disclosure, Project Echo Nevada has been around for about 10 years. It's overseen by my office up here in Reno. And what we do with Echo, it's not a traditional telemedicine consultation. I think most of you are familiar with the type of consultation that takes place with a provider on one end of a telemedicine or telehealth consult with a patient on the other end of that. That's typically a one-on-one way of treating or managing disease or illness. What we're doing with Echo is something a little bit different, and that is we're using specialists based in Reno and Las Vegas to provide didactic training and case reviews for primary care providers across the state. We can't have rheumatologists, cardiologists, hepatologists, and other specialists in particularly the small rural communities, but what we can do is improve the capacity of those primary care docs, nurse practitioners, PAs, to treat, manage, and keep those patients local. That is, again, stretch the existing workforce that we already have. Another way, oh, and by the way, I've included some information here on Project Echo Nevada and kind of those specialty sessions or clinics that we offer through the Echo program. Another mechanism for stretching the workforce is granting providers added ability to treat and manage conditions that they heretofore have not been able to do. I'm highlighting Assembly Bill 170, which was passed in the 2013 legislative session, which allowed nurse practitioners in the state of Nevada to practice independently of the supervision of physicians. Prior to this, a nurse practitioner had to have a physician sign off, for example, on prescriptions for their patients and so forth, and meet certain supervisory requirements. When our legislature passed that bill a decade ago, what we saw in the wake of that is a pretty dramatic growth in the number of nurse practitioners that moved to Nevada, gained licensure in our state, and are now addressing the primary care workforce needs of this state. That figure right there, that growth in that blue line, is adjusted for population growth. I am unaware of another facet of the workforce in which we've seen that dramatic growth faster than population growth, as we've seen with nurse practitioners. So there are things that we can do other than expand nursing programs. And the final example I would give in the category of stretching the workforce would be team-based models of care. And we've slowly seen an evolution of the health system that has gone from a physician-centric model of provider to patient care to ones incorporating a pretty diverse healthcare team. There's still a critical role for physicians and clinicians in this, but when we see team-based models of care, what we're seeing is a more effective utilization of the existing workforce. Community health centers, if you've been to the Hopes Clinic up north or some of the Nevada health centers down south, you see team-based models of care that have been in existence now for a couple of decades. And I think the system will continue to evolve in that direction. Now, I'm going to close this discussion like I do a lot of presentations I make on health workforce by talking about policy measures that the state has taken or has considered to increase the health workforce in Nevada and address those shortages that I keep alluding to. I should note that when Packham refers to a win, I'm trying to say that these are measures that have actually increased the supply of physicians, nurses, and other health professionals, or stand to, given what we know. And they include a really important expansion of nursing grants statewide to all of the public nursing programs. Additional dollars, as I just noted, put into loan repayment. Finally, addressing behavioral health workforce pipeline and K-12 education, and then some of the other items listed here, including important dollars for that UNLV medical school class expansion down south. What we didn't see during the 23 session was action on the items listed on this particular slide. Again, measures that we know will have an important impact on increasing the supply of nurses in particular in this state. I think these will be revisited in 2025, but I put them up there. The last item on that list is one that I think we will be assessing the impact for at least another decade. During 2023 session, the medical malpractice caps on physicians and other providers that carry liability insurance was increased. And when we've seen that increase in other states, we've also seen the number of medical malpractice lawsuits increase. And I think the jury is still out on what impact that will have on the workforce, but my office and others will be monitoring that closely because what we don't want to see is that associated with physicians and other practitioners leaving the state because they can't afford malpractice premiums and the ability to practice in the state. I'm closing by reiterating some of those, and I think these will need to be addressed next spring in the 2025 session. And again, every item on here is worthy of the legislature's consideration because, again, never too late to begin addressing what we know works and expanding the state's health workforce and addressing those particular shortages. Final thing in my packet are some recent and upcoming reports from my office. Please do not hesitate to reach out to me if this committee or any individual participating in this meeting would like more information. And with that, I'd be happy to address any questions you might have.
Dr. Packham, we want to thank you so very much. We want to thank you for that very comprehensive report. We appreciate hearing from you today. Forum members, do we have any questions? Mr. Slaughter? Mr. Troth?
Unfortunately, I have a couple.
That's okay.
Can I revisit your terminology on loan forgiveness?
Yes, sir.
Who's going to pay for that? If it's
So, yeah. So a couple of things on that. I'll give you a real simple case study for The past 34 years, my office has overseen a loan repayment program. What we've done is successfully over those 3 decades received a federal grant for $500,000. That has been matched with state dollars, typically a general fund appropriation. This year, dollars from the Treasurer's Office. And what we typically have in the course of a biennium is $1 million that we make available to physicians, nurses, pharmacists, other providers, up to $25,000 a year for a 2-year stint to forgive loans that they have outstanding student loans, typically in the case of physicians, their undergraduate medical education. And as long as they meet the requirement of practicing in a medically underserved area, we will use those dollars to forgive up to $25,000 a year. The Treasurer's program's a little bit different. It's not a general fund appropriation. Rather, it's the use of dollars that the Treasurer has invested from the Unclaimed Property Fund, and a very innovative, good use of those dollars, again, with the sole aim of keeping providers who have been trained and educated in the state from moving to another state because they've got an opportunity to pay off those loans and start a career elsewhere that might be more lucrative. And I think that's going to be a game changer in Nevada.
No, I totally got you. I'm just saying, every dollar is going to be some kind of government tax dollar, either federal or state. That's kind of what I was looking for. You're not getting those from anybody outside in the private sector or anything is donating money.
Yeah, I would note, thank you for that reminder. There actually is a loan forgiveness program. It's managed through the governor's Office of Science, Innovation, and Technology. And those dollars were provided by the Pennington Foundation. And so there is some private and philanthropic dollars out there in that space.
Great.
I would
that's
add,
good.
I would make a plug for if that's a direction that some foundations and philanthropic organizations want to pursue, there cannot be enough dollars in that space.
Totally agree. Well, that's good to hear. I'm glad to hear that. One more, and then I'll let you go. What are some obstacles to expanding the team-based model of care? I think that's a great thing. I've seen some of that go before. What are some of the things that keep that from expanding? Because we don't have, I ran the numbers, about 13,000 or 12,000 healthcare workers of assorted types that we're short of. And this looks like a good utilization of some of that. Are there some things that keep that from expanding?
Absolutely. So I'll actually give you a recent example on that I think is really important. You may have heard of a relatively new type of health professional. It's called a community health worker. And what a community health worker does, particularly in an outpatient clinic setting, is improve the ability of that overall office to make sure that individuals are on time for appointments, that the coordination with specialists, if they require a specialty referral, happens, if they have a prescription to be filled, if they need transportation to make that clinic visit and so forth. It's the type of worker who's not a clinician or has clinical training so much is they improve the effectiveness of the overall organization. Now, through most of our state's history, there was no form of reimbursement for the utilization of community health workers. A couple of legislative sessions ago, a small but mighty measure that was taken by state lawmakers was to allow Medicaid to reimburse clinics for the use of those community health workers. So once they become part of the ability of the clinic or the healthcare enterprise to capture reimbursement and make sure that those community health workers are paid for, that is one mechanism that we can utilize to move us towards team-based care. Again, I would argue that if you look at federally qualified community health centers or community health centers or clinics, rural health clinics in rural counties of the state. They've already been moving in that direction because it works. It helps keep down costs, and the best operating team-based model actually improves the ability of a physician or nurse practitioner to do what they were trained to do, and that is treat and manage disease and leave the administrative tasks and all of that care coordination up to workers like community health workers, medical assistants, and so forth.
Thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Linden, I believe you had a question?
More feedback than a question, because my background was 30 years in healthcare management on the provider side. And then subsequent to that, I owned a business here in town, and I'm now fully retired. But the issues that are here and the acute shortage of providers have been here the 25 years that I've lived in Las Vegas. And my feedback is it's great to see them on a slide and people recognizing them at a broader level. And even better yet, making progress, it appears. So I find that very encouraging.
Yeah, I think there is. And I would agree, when I was making this presentation 15 or 20 years ago, it was a lot more dire than it is now.
Oh, yeah.
You've added a medical school in Las Vegas. We've tripled the size of our residency and fellowships programs. There's still a lot of work to be done, but we've made progress.
Sure have. Congratulations.
Yep.
Good.
Thank you
That was
so
all.
much, Mr. Linden. And again, Dr. Packham, we so enjoyed your presentation this morning. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, we will move to agenda item 10. The facilitator's report on issues of importance to seniors. And we're going to ask our northern facilitator, Ms. Aden, to please discuss any issues of importance for seniors in northern Nevada. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Most of my issues that I had today was also discussed in this last presentation about nursing homes. The shortage of nurses, I have noticed. Traveling nurses, I brought up the issue on more traveling nurses maybe for nursing homes. And the pay scale, I think that makes a big difference. An increase in patients. We're having more patients now than we've had before in nursing home. And there are patients that are calling out for help, and the nurse is not available to help them. I have helped some when I visited there. So we have a big issue in most of the nursing homes. And that's an issue, I think it was brought up in the last presentation, of ways we can maybe solve some of the problems. And that's all I've had for this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Aden. It's good to see that you're feeling better and looking great.
Thank you.
At this time, we want to announce that Ms. Tyler, who was our Southern facilitator, is no longer able to serve with the forum. We will miss her and we wish her well. We will now look at agenda item number 11, discussion of solicitation of recommendations. Finally, I would like to mention that the solicitation of recommendations memorandum and related information has been uploaded to the forum's webpage. This memo asks all interested parties to submit recommendations to us for potential legislation. As a reminder, the forum may request one bill draft request, and I encourage all members of the forum, as well as individuals and organizations, to bring forward recommendations on possible legislation. Are there any comments or questions from the forum regarding the discussion of solicitations of recommendations at this time? Seeing none, we will move now to our final public comment period. Agenda item 12, public comment. We will start with public comment from those in the physical locations and then move to public comment from anyone who has called in. Public comment will be limited to 2 minutes per speaker. We will time each speaker providing public comment to ensure everyone has a fair opportunity to speak. Please remember to clearly state and spell your name for the record. Is there anyone in Carson City who would like to speak publicly or comment at this time? Seeing none, we will move to Las Vegas. Is there anyone in Las Vegas who would like to provide public comment at this time? Seeing none, we will move to BPS. Please add the first caller with public comment to the meeting.
Chair, your public line is open and working, but you have no callers at this time.
Thank you so much. Agenda item 13 addresses closure for the day. I would like to just share with you the following comments. We want to thank all of our forum members for their outstanding service today. We want to wish our president, Fran, a very speedy recovery. We miss her. And I would also like to note that our next meeting will not be held in this building. We will notify you as to the new address and location for the meeting in August. This concludes our meeting for today. Our next meeting work session will be on Wednesday, August 7th, starting at 10 p.m. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you so much. Huh?
10 a.m.
Oh, 10 a.m. Okay, sorry. Anyway, boom.